Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the Fraser City Council meeting for Thursday, June 9th, 2022 at 6:03 PM. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Cindy, can you please take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bransky.
Present.
Councilmember Blanky. Mayor Carnegie.
Present.
Councilmember Odell.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Here.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Present.
Councilmember Winniwicki.
Present.
And I'd like to make a motion to excuse Kathy Blanky from the meeting tonight.
Second.
Some personal issues. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
I'll wait till consent because I want to add something to the agenda, so.
Item 4, approval of the agenda. I'll need a motion to approve it unless there's any amendments to the agenda at this time. Councilwoman Shornack.
Yes, I would like to add as, let's say, consent 7E, discussion of the painting of the Baumgartner barn, please.
Under consent, it would.
Okay, then under,
consent.
then new business?
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll do 8E.
Yeah, 8F. F.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the other one. Yes, I apologize. I have the wrong one up. I forgot we got an amended agenda. I should just split my screen.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. You have another?
Yeah, I was going to ask, which we can do them
Yeah,
separate.
we'll do separate. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, I wanted to make a motion to amend the agenda to add an 8G to discuss the request for proposals for legal services.
Legal services.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions on the motion? I see none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Anything else at this time? I need a motion to.
I'll make the motion to go into closed door.
Approve the
Your
agenda.
motion to approve the agenda as
Okay.
amended?
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and then I'll make the motion to go into closed doors for consideration of written legal opinion of the city attorney exempt from discussion or disclosure.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Cindy, please call roll call vote.
Councilmember Bransky.
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie.
Yes.
Councilmember Odell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack.
Yes.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Yes.
Councilmember Winniwicki.
Yes.
Motion carries. We'll go into closed sessions at 6:05 PM.
Howard, the floor is yours.
I'll call the meeting officially back to order at 6:55 PM. Item 6, citizen participation on agenda items. If there's anyone in the audience or online who would like to ask questions related to an agenda item only, they have an opportunity to do so at this time. Is there anybody who would like to? Is nobody online? Nobody here? Okay. I'll call it back to the chair. Item 7, consent agenda. Councilman Winawiki.
Mr. Mayor, not having heard any callouts, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as submitted. Any comments or questions? Comments, questions from council? I see none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8, new business. We'll get into item A, the marijuana legal update presentation. Don, if you want to go ahead and start us off with this, I appreciate it.
Sure, happy to, Mr. Mayor. A few months ago, I think it was January, I presented a sort of a legal update on where we're at with marijuana laws in Michigan and the status of those. Not too much has changed since that time in terms of the law. There are some bills pending in the legislature right now that may have some value, although limited, unless they change them to the way I'd like them, in terms of dealing with home grows, because the home grow issue is still a very, very prevalent issue in the state. You know, one of the things we predicted, my office predicted back when all this began, was that the home growing was going to continue to run rampant for many years because it's much cheaper for them to do it at home. They're not subject to the regulations that the licensed businesses are subject to, and there's a demand that existed. What has changed in the last 6 months, and it's been very interesting to watch, is the industry itself. The demand has subsided in the sense that prices have really, really dropped. It's when you think about the inflation we're in right now, it's one of the few industries you can point to where the cost of your product on the retail side has had to go down because the demand isn't there anymore, as much as it was. I mean, it's still there, of course. If you drive by the 2 newer establishments in the city of Utica on Van Dyke, you'll see lines of cars still lined up. I mean, it's not that it's gone away. But it's really interesting to talk to police and industry people about the fact that pricing has come down. So those are really the 2 main updates, if you will, that the legislature is looking at trying to help with home grows. My office has actually been working with DTE to try to help with that as well. We proposed a statutory change that would require the DTE electric companies to notify fire marshals of dramatically increased electrical usage in homes, because that's the biggest sign that someone is growing at home as opposed to in a licensed business. But that hasn't moved yet anywhere either. The legislature, as everybody knows, the government works slowly, and that's the case on those bills as well. So just as a quick refresher, we went over it in January, but we always describe that in Michigan we have 3 industries now, right? We have the medical marijuana law that first started this all out, and you know the industry and the lobbyists kind of took it in baby steps. So they started with the Medical Marijuana Act and said that people who need it for medicinal reasons and conditions, they now have a right to get it. They can get a patient card, and people can become caregivers, and they can grow a limited amount of marijuana to give them their care, their product that they need for their medical conditions. That all came around back in 2008. Fast forwarding 8 years later, the next baby step was the Medical Marijuana Facilities Licensing Act. That was a license to possess, grow, purchase, test, infuse, sell, transport, and buy from a provisioning center within the limits of the medical marijuana laws. So it was a medical marijuana step forward to have facilities that did it instead of just caregiving people growing marijuana for people who need it medicinally. Common misconception that I always like to remind people of: it's so easy to walk around and say, marijuana is legal in Michigan now. That is not a true statement, and the lawyer has to be the one to always correct people. Certain amounts of marijuana, certain uses of marijuana, certain provisioning and growing and testing of marijuana, you've been granted statutory immunity from prosecution for those within those limits. But once you exceed those limits, you're back to marijuana is illegal. So for example, a person cannot possess more than 2.5 ounces for personal consumption on their person at any given time. Marijuana is not legal, because if it were legal, you could have 3, 4, 5 ounces at one time. So just a common misconception to clear that up too. It is not that it is legal, it is now regulated, and certain immunities are granted to people within statutory and ballot initiative limits. Moving forward from the 2000, what was that, 8 years after 2008, 2016? Moving forward, we now go to the MMFLA, nope, that was the one we just did, so I'll skip all the other slides that we went over before. It's way too complicated. We now have the adult use laws. Those are the most recent enactments in Michigan. We call them adult use. More commonly, you hear of it as recreational marijuana is the term you'll hear people use. Technically not used in the statute, but that's the term you'll hear. That's the third industry. So the first industry is the medical marijuana that started it all off without facilities, without licensing. The second law was, okay, now medical marijuana can be part of licensing. We can have these facilities, these growers, these testers, these places that dispense or provide it to people at a retail level with proper regulations and tracking. All of that came around. And now the third one is the adult use limits. So that's the one that said anybody can have recreational marijuana, the 2.5 ounces, or grow 12 plants where you live. Very limited amounts of marijuana being allowed now for all reasons, not just medical. So that's the third industry that we now have. And we've updated some of the statistics from the last time, but I don't think too much has changed. Just to give you a sense of the scope of the industry and some of the numbers. In Michigan, we have 478 recreational, we still use that word even though it's not in the law, recreational facilities. That can be anything from a grower, a dispensary, a tester, a transporter, whatever you are in the industry, one of the 5 things you're allowed to be, there's 478 of those that have a license now in Michigan in some capacity, in some form, in some city. 540 medical marijuana facilities. So you add the two together and you're a little over 1,000 in terms of how many total facilities exist in the state of Michigan. As of April of 2022, we see record sales of $195 million. Medical sales in April of 2022, $27 million, and adult use sales, $167.9 million worth of sales statewide, tracked by the state, just in April of this year.
Just 1 month.
Yep, just in April of 2022, or maybe it was as of April 2022 for the beginning of the year.
Definitely in the wrong.
Beyond those numbers, we can drill down a little bit for you, and I did this in January, but it's updated a little bit. There are 111 recreational adult use facilities of some sort within 50 miles of Fraser. So take a map and go in any direction 50 miles out. There's 111 of them that are just adult use recreational types of facilities. Within that same 50 miles in any direction, there's 115 medical facilities. So there are 221 licensed facilities that can serve Fraser within 50 miles, which is a good distance, but it's hard to do on a map to get it any more reined in. There are 36 combined facilities within 50 miles, medical and adult use recreational. We tried to drag it down from 50 closer to home. There are 19 recreational that we could find that are 20 miles away from the city border, and 58 medical that are within 20 miles of the city border. As best we can, identify. There might be some discrepancies in the numbers, but they should be close. We found 6 recreational facilities that will deliver product to Fraser residents.
How many?
6. And we found 15 medical facilities that will deliver your product. So if you call them and you want it DoorDashed or shipped or whatever, Grubhub, they'll get it to you. They might do it directly. I don't know if they use a third-party provider. I'm assuming they can't. I'm assuming they have to do it themselves because no one else is allowed to be a transporter unless they have the right to do that, or a delivery person. Roughly, this is just another statistic for trivia night, about 95.1% of Michigan residents live within a 30-minute drive of a licensed facility. That's the source we found was Anderson Economic Group that came up with that number. 95.1% of Michigan residents live about 30 minutes, could get to a facility within 30 minutes, a licensed facility. I talked about the pricing declines. Our statistics show that from March of 2021 to March of 2022, pricing has gone down about 25%, which is pretty significant when you consider inflation going on right now. the theories that we were able to find and some of the sources that we referenced, people between the ages of 18 and 25, they don't like paying the extra tax on recreational marijuana. So they do it more black market, they do it more behind the scenes, they do it more with their friends and people growing in houses. Also an interesting stat, and I think I shared this before, and I'll share it again, it's no secret. Michigan continues to import and export marijuana from other states, which obviously creates significant demands on federal and local law enforcement agencies to deal with that, because other states that don't have it legalized yet or have allowed for it yet, the people there still need their product, and sometimes it's cheaper to go to Michigan than California, for example, or Colorado. One of the things I think most communities want to know, is there money in it for us if we opt in, right? Because under these laws, the state at least, or the voters and the people that wrote it, the interest groups that wrote it, at least had the good sense on one part of it to say, let communities decide. And it can be the city council that decides, it can be the residents that decide through some kind of initiative petition of some sort. But the question is always on every council's mind, is there anything in it for us if we opt in? What are the positives financially? What are the positives from a redevelopment standpoint? And then what are the negatives to us if we opt in? So provisioning centers, the dispensaries themselves, are required to pay 6% sales tax like anybody else. The MMFLA created an excise fund, so in addition to that sales tax, that was expected to raise about $5 million a year for municipalities. Retailers pay 10% on top of that 6% on their products for that excise fund. The Department of Treasury announced this year that they're going to be distributing $42.2 million from that fund to municipalities. What did that mean last year?
Can I ask a question about that, Don?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it municipalities that have opted in
Yes.
only, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, if you're not in, obviously you're not participating, you don't have the burdens, so you're not going to get the money back either. In 2021, communities received, this is the magic number, about $56,400 for each dispensary from those taxes. So $56,000 a year if you have a
Only
dispensary.
dispensaries.
Only dispensaries.
Not grow facilities.
Correct.
Consumption lounge.
Correct, because they're the ones that pay more because of the taxes. We're allowed to establish a fee if we want to opt in and somebody wants to apply to be a facility of any kind. It can be any of them, the transporters, the testers. When I say facility, I'm not just talking about a place that sells you the product to use it. Any one of those facilities, the fee would be capped at $5,000. For whatever reason, we're not allowed to charge more than a $5,000 application fee, planning review fee, whatever fee you want to call it. They capped us at $5,000. And we can establish civil infraction penalties, but we also got capped there. We're only allowed to punish people with $500 fines if they break the law or the rules. A little bit more on the finances briefly in 2020. So this is not new information. We haven't been able to get more updated information than I had in January. Michigan's cannabis industry totaled about $3.1 billion, but retailers only reported about $1 billion. So that makes you wonder, where's the other $2.1 billion in this industry? Well, the estimate from Forbes is that that's the black market, $2.1 billion, which is about double the actual licensed market. And it may shift, as more and more licensed facilities come around, because it is still pretty new. In 2020 as well, the United States reported $17.5 billion in annual legal sales of marijuana, but most of it is still in the black market, with illicit transactions estimated to be more than $100 billion. So $17.5 billion reported, $100 billion estimated annually in illicit marijuana transactions. We talked in January about driving impact and how accidents and dangers to society have gone up since 2019. The statistics as of 2020, again, I couldn't find anything new. 73% increase in cannabinoid-involved vehicle crashes were reported in 2020, up 73% from 2019. 140% increase in crashes with marijuana use, 430% increase in injury crashes involving cannabis use, and 640% increase in property damage accidents. Cannabis was involved in 18.6% of all U.S. motor vehicle deaths, about 6,800 people a year. And since 2000, crash deaths involving cannabis more than doubled in the U.S. from 9% in 2000 to 21.5% in 2018. Again, numbers are numbers. You know, there may be other reasons why the numbers increased, including how we track it. It may have changed over those years, but those are the statistics that we were able to pull. We talked a little bit about grow houses, and our original prediction stands that, you know, people growing in the houses aren't willing to give it up just yet. They don't want to get into the licensed industry. It's just too lucrative to do it from home, the home occupation in a weird way. And there's plenty of housing stock, unfortunately, still out there where they can get a hold of it for a rental fee, rent it from the person who lives in California but owns the house here, and as a renter, set up a grow operation and never live there, not at all. Very, very common. I can tell you, it's not secret information that in Sterling Heights, where I'm not directly involved, but I work with the people who are, I believe they've shut down over 1,000 grow houses now in the last 2.5 years, and they've sued, I want to say almost 100, maybe more than 100 grow houses to get them to stop. And every one of those lawsuits has been successful. They don't really fight because they know what they're doing is illegal. They know what they're doing is subject to scrutiny. They don't need discovery. They don't want to start being transparent about their books and records and what they do. So they sign the consent judgment that says we'll never do it again. It's going to run with the land, that this house can never do anything illegal again, and they move on and they move out. Or they come into compliance, and there's a few that have said we would like to do it legally, and the city will allow that as well as long as they've signed something that says they will. So just a couple of local stories. The Michigan, the opt-in approaches. Utica opted in on January 14th, 2020. Utica is an interesting comparison for us just because they're smaller than we are. But they, I joke with people that they opted in a way that makes it look like they didn't opt in because they said that the parameters they set limited where you could go to certain spots on Van Dyke that look like they're in Sterling Heights because they're south of Hall Road. So the illusion is that Sterling Heights has 2 dispensaries when really it's the city of Utica that put them there. Let's see. Warren opted in on April 27th of 2021. And in both of those cases, I can tell you firsthand because the Utica city attorney used to work with my office and our office represents somebody involved in the other one. Both the city of Utica and the city of Warren have been part of many lawsuits as a result of their choice to opt in. That isn't meant to say that it isn't okay to opt in or it's not a judgment on whether or not to opt in. It's a fact that this is all still sort of uncharted territory even though we're getting used to it. There's always going to be a disappointed applicant who doesn't get to be in the community they're trying to get into, doesn't get their way. There's always going to be several interested parties who feel they didn't get a fair shake and someone else got an unfair shake because they knew somebody or got in a certain way. The City of Warren lawsuit, I can't give you exact numbers, but it's probably dozens of parties, not just a couple involved. It's very complicated with many lawyers around the table every single time they have to meet on something. That was in front of Judge Carl Marlinga for a while, and there were some interesting stories with that lawsuit, but he's obviously now running for Congress and no longer a sitting judge, so I'm not sure if Judge Sabaugh took that over or what's happening with it today. Utica also had lawsuits. One of the things, though, that I think and I say we, my office and my colleague was smart to do is required the successful applicants or competitors to include an indemnity clause. So they have to defend the city of Utica against those lawsuits. You know, it's a good thing, right? I saw Amy Bransky's face light up as you know the lawyer light went off. It's a good thing because it's good foresight to say we shouldn't have to pay the cost. If we give you this license to do this and we get sued by 15 other people, we shouldn't have to bear that burden. That's not fair to us for picking you. The flip side of that is, though, you don't control the defense either. You know, I mean, yes, you're the client because you're the one being sued, but the lawyer's being paid for by the successful business who maybe has an insurance policy to do it, or maybe they're just paying the bill. So there are drawbacks to that too, but at least it's a foresight type of thing that Utica came up with. I don't know that Warren did the same. I just don't know. A couple other local stories. Mount Clemens opted in April 18th of 2022 by approving the first reading of their business ordinance and repealing their medical marijuana ordinances because it's going to be folded in. They're approving a marijuana CBD-infused beverage processing facility at the old Gibraltar Trade Center, which is also interesting. And last I heard about that, and this is hearsay, so hopefully Clinton Township won't be mad at me if I say it. I had heard that Clinton Township wasn't real happy about it and maybe suing Mount Cummins about it. So again, people are unhappy. Lawsuits happen. There's a lot of money changing hands and a lot of money involved and a lot of stakes. So it's easy to get litigious when there's something on the line that you want to protect or fight for. The City of Detroit, I think everybody knows or has a general sense that they're pretty wide open. They have 110 provisioning center license cap. I don't know if they're at 110. I didn't check, but that's a pretty big number for a pretty big city. Obviously, it's a huge municipality. Just another story. Traverse City uses a lottery system, just to give you an idea of the types of ways that communities have opted in. There's a lottery system. There's an RFP process you could try. One of the things we talked about in another community is some kind of a zoning overlay, where you look at your map, you look at your zoning, and you say, okay, maybe we overlay, we don't change the zoning, but we overlay that zoning map with a cellophane overlay that shows where these kinds of places might fit when you're talking about zoning laws, when you're talking about land use regulations. So that's another possible way to do it. One other thing I've seen discussed, and I rather liked it, but it never got vetted very far, so I don't know if I was right to like it. There was the concept of requiring a medical marijuana dispensary. So if you think of it more like a CVS or a Rite Aid or a pharmacy type of use, if you think of it that way, even though it's not exactly true with it not being just medical anymore, there was talk for a little while in another community about putting it only where you already go to get your medicines. So when you think of the Ascension or the hospital facility buildings that you see that they have your oral surgeon and they have your blood doctor and your heart doctor and all the different doctors all have these offices in these surgical or these buildings with multiple tenants. There's usually a pharmacy in those buildings, and the concept was, why not have them be dispensaries too? I mean, that's where people go to get their medicine. And that never went anywhere, but it was a fascinating concept at the time. I thought it was very interesting and really thinking outside the box. Let's see.
Councilman Sullivan, you got a question?
Oh, sure.
So I just wanted to make sure that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the lawsuits that you're talking about that, Warren is involved with, those are around who was able to come into the city and open dispensary facilities.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that it's really clear that it's not like someone got high, crashed into a phone pole,
Oh, no,
and is
no.
like suing the city like, oh, you let me get high here, so I'm going to sue you. Like, that's not what it is.
No, and we would have immunity for that if anybody tried.
Okay, I know, but I want to make sure that it's clear, so like the lottery system and things like Don is talking about, that would be how you would avoid things like that. I just wanted to make it really clear what those lawsuits were about,
sure.
because there are ways to avoid
sure.
that 100%.
For sure,
so.
for sure.
Nothing's 100%.
Well,
Nothing.
As we've learned, right?
make it as foolproof, I guess, as we could. We could try.
Nothing.
No, it's a great point, and if I need to say it one more time, I will. The litigation that has come about as a result of these laws, at least from a municipal lawyer perspective, is always relating to the process the community chose and how the process was executed and how it ended up and how people were disappointed. One place I haven't heard of any lawsuits, but I haven't checked in a while, is Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is an interesting study, too. One of my colleagues, who doesn't work with us anymore, he moved to a bigger firm, but for a while he was representing a client who actually was in the industry. And they were put on a wait list in Ann Arbor. So, and that was back when it was still medical. It wasn't even recreational yet. But what they had was an interesting system where they were going to cap it at 28. And if you were 29, 30, 31 to get your app in the door, you were on a wait list. And then they would vet you straight down the list. Whenever you got in and got time stamped, you'd get vetted down the list. And you already had your site. You already had your plans. You submitted everything. They required a traffic control study to see what it was going to do to traffic in the area. And some got denied because it just didn't look like it was going to work, or there were a lot of logistical issues. Some got postponed until they could work through them. Some just voluntarily left because they realized it was hopeless, but they'd gotten in the door hoping they could get through. And so they moved down the list. And I just haven't checked in a while to see if that's still happening because, again, that was a medical thing a few years back. And now I don't know where they're at with the recreational or the adult use. Other potential, I guess, positives that people talk about quite a bit is redevelopment. So when you think of a community that has spaces that just don't look good anymore, that are old, one of the possibilities, at least, is to redevelop those sites into shining jewels that ultimately are used for a license, or have a license to do one of the 5 things. The drawbacks to that, of course, are how much can you get from somebody and how much are they willing to commit to the redevelopment that we want as a city? How much can we possibly control that without running afoul of other rules that we set? We have to be very careful with the criteria that we set if, as a community, we were to go down that road. But you would like to think, and one way you would consider getting there would be through the RFP process, right? Send us a proposal. And in the proposal, if you propose the Taj Mahal of beautiful buildings on a place that's run down and has back alley drug deals going on, maybe that's a benefit to the community, maybe not. It's something that's certainly been talked about quite a bit. If you look at Utica and why they did what they did, the affected area was underappreciated. It didn't have any commercial business interest at the time. There were a lot of vacancies over there. The ordinance required proposed procurement centers to occupy areas that need the most revitalization, with the goal of transforming the once vacant and undeveloped areas into tax-producing properties with new curb appeal, as well as attracting other new developments into the area. Has that been effective yet? It's too new to say, I guess. They did redevelop the 2 sites that you see on Van Dyke. You can drive by for yourselves if you're curious, I suppose, and kind of get a sense of the lay of the land over there. But it is pretty new still to say for sure if it's had the effect they intended. Let's see. Some of the costs of opting in, I think we talked about potential litigation. We talked about affecting public support. So when Clinton Township was talking about it, they had a big town hall to see what the residents thought. And the residents came out and told them what they thought. And industry folks came out and told them what they thought. And I think for Clinton Township, it was pretty valuable, and I think they were a little bit divided, but ultimately they stayed out after the town hall. But that's another way to gauge community interest and to gauge a potential cost, right? Because it's an intangible cost, but if the public, the majority, obviously not the loud, if there's a general sentiment in the community that it isn't something desirable, then obviously that's a cost to the community because you're always going to be fighting against it, that tide, if you go the other way. Another potential cost is obviously increased traffic flows, right? So if it were to come into a community like ours, there aren't a lot of places, I imagine, that have the ability to stack a lot of traffic. So if people start lining up like they do at the place on Utica, or if they start lining up like they do at the Chick-fil-A on Hall Road, you got to have a place to put them. And that's a very big challenge. Let's see, what else? I think the residents of Mount Clemens were a little bit unhappy. This goes back to public engagement, I think, because they felt like that even though there was going to be a dispensary location where the old Big Boy was, if everybody remembers the old Big Boy on Groesbeck, that used to be a very political, popular meeting place, by the way, over many, many years. But there was a proposed dispensary location, and the residents and the homeowners said, we're still picking up trash and alcohol and removing old mattresses, and bad things are happening, seedy things are happening. And the residents didn't feel comfortable that it was going to change just because they changed the use to this kind of use. Doesn't mean they're right, doesn't mean they're wrong, just these are the kinds of public impacts you see when you start talking about this issue. So obviously we have to talk about zoning a little bit. Every community has had to look at zoning. I've talked a little bit about overlay zoning, rezoning, contract zoning, conditional rezonings, or other ways to find a use group for these kinds of facilities. They're all a little different. For example, a scientific lab fits in a district differently than a place that sells to the public. So a transporter fits differently than both of those. So finding the right zoning for things like this and what to call it and where to put them is always a challenge. Part of that could be through the proposal process if that were one way to go. Part of that can be that the council of the community dictates these are the zonings we're willing to tolerate, and that's it. We're not going to put it next to the old church. We're not going to put it next to on a road that's only 2 lanes. Those are kinds of the things, the kinds of considerations that will go into zoning. for these kinds of uses.
Don, is that decisions that would be made by council or by the ZBA, or who would make those determinations?
Yes, so it depends on how we go about it. It would not be the ZBA. Right now, we do not allow for these things, so the ZBA can't touch this.
Okay,
Nor could the planning commission, because we're not opted in. If we were to choose eventually to go down the road of opting into any of this, ultimately, council would dictate how they want that done.
okay.
So more than
ordinance?
likely, I'm sorry?
Through ordinance?
Through ordinance, yes. So more than likely, I would envision the zoning ordinance would tell us where, the licensing ordinance would tell us how. And the how would be the application process, who makes the final decision, would we send it to planning commission first for recommendation to council? Those are the kinds of thoughts that have to go into the building of this kind of a format.
But, no, I'm sorry. So just so that at the end of the day, though, council, so like one thing, as you're talking about traffic and all that, I'm thinking, oh, the Taco Bell and the Starbucks, and we had no say in that at all. And not to say that, I don't know whether they were hoodwinked, I don't know whether it's more in demand than anyone ever thought it would be, but we would be able to oversee and make sure that that was minimized. Is that, if we were to opt in?
Yeah, I mean, if you choose to take on that responsibility, you know.
Oh, great, we could delegate it.
Yeah, you could
but-
absolutely
yeah.
delegate
Okay.
that responsibility as well. And along that same line, you're also going to give thought to hours of operation. Do we want them, busy at 10 o'clock at night on a weeknight, or do we
Right.
want it quiet because we want it quiet? What hours do we like? What security controls do we like? There's a lot more than just where. There's a lot of the how, too, that would go into the thought process.
Can we decide what, like, if we opt in and we're gonna say we're gonna have one grow facility and one retail facility, you can do that, correct?
Absolutely.
And they can't come in and say, okay, now I gotta grow, but now I'm putting a store at the front of my grow facility.
That's right. You set the number.
Right.
License is a license. It's like liquor control, right? There's only so many liquor licenses, and then you're done. Now, liquor control is a whole different world because they can buy them out of escrow and transfer, and there's a whole different schema there that's evolved over the years. But for this purpose, you set the number at one, it's one.
We can set the number, the location, and a lot of specifics to really try to decrease any negative impact
Yes.
that might be perceived or actual.
Yes, and you would hope that, your professional consultants
100%. Well, that was where I was literally then going
would
is,
really give you a lot of that to think about. Doesn't mean you would adopt all of it, but just, it can't hurt to have it all in front of you in terms of what to think about, right? And the more you know, and the more we've learned from watching other communities, and either the mistakes or the good things they've done, the better if we go down that road too.
last question I was just going to ask.
Sure.
So this overlay, the zoning overlay, is that something where we could then say like, and I'm not, don't freak out, everyone, this is just a hypothetical, but like, the grow spec corridor, there's not schools in that area, there's not a lot of churches in that area. So from 13 Mile to 15 Mile, that is an overlay that we could put over the zoning? Is that what you mean by that? Or,
You could, yes. So they all have zoning that is probably going to differ. Some might be industrial, some might be commercial, some might, I don't know if there's any residential in that stretch. There might be a little holdout here or there, but I doubt it. But yeah, what you would do then is you take that cellophane overlay that you remember from elementary school back in the day, and you lay it down on your zoning. And on top of those zones, you would say in these particular spots of our city, zones of our city, I'm not going to call it spot zoning because that's not supposed to be okay. In these particular zones, we're going to allow for additional uses like this.
and so what's the criteria legally that we would have to use to decide where it goes? Assuming that we as council kept that part of the process.
There are no legal criteria for that discretionary decision. Your decision is what land use makes sense there.
Got it.
Now, obviously, we have a master plan, right? So the master plan is supposed to be a vision and a guide to what we think it's going to be one day. And we have other, I suppose, visioning, things that we've done over the years, future visioning that we want for our city. But at the end of the day, council makes the policy decisions, and council says, as part of our visioning for the future, we see a need to do it here, or we think it's desirable to do it here, or we think it makes sense to do it here. Whatever your rationale, it just comes down to, from that point forward, then deciding what the criteria are going to be.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah,
Don?
there's sometimes where you want to set distances and feet and.
Can we just put it to a vote of the people?
Yes.
I honest to God, in this particular instance, because listen, like, almost all my family uses marijuana. I personally don't, never have, never had a desire. Somebody gave me a gummy once and I didn't know that's what it was. And all it did was make me feel like it didn't do anything. It gave me an upset stomach, and I was like, and then my brothers were all yelling at me, telling me they're like, of course, you're the person who's never done anything. It doesn't do anything to you. And I'm like, I don't know why people do it, but that, to each their own. But my whole thought process is, we are 4 square miles. And honestly, in this particular instance, I would want to know what the people think. I know there are tons of people. I know tons of people in our neighborhood who smoke it, and stuff like that, and that's cool. So if the citizens go, hey, yep, I want to, because then they have to understand the risk behind it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm done with frivolous, stupid lawsuits. I am so tired of being threatened about being sued over the dumbest things in the world. So if the people want it, they have to understand the risks that come with it, because it's not them personally. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, we still have to set the ordinances up.
Well, I know, but I'd say step one is finding out what our residents want. Do you want this in our community? Yes or no? It's a yes or no. Here's the plus and
What
minus.
is the it? It's not a yes or no. Is
not,
it grow?
No,
Is
no,
it
you put
dispense?
specifically grow,
It's
storefront,
Trickier.
transportation. Well, I'm saying, but
And when do you
you're
do
a
the vote?
wordsmith, you can make that beautiful.
yes, and we would, but it would take some nuance, and sometimes voters get confused on nuance. So we do have to be.
That's true.
We would have to make it very, very clear.
Don't put it in legalese. Put
Right.
it in regular old
Very
basic.
easy, and it would have to really fit the wishes of council in terms of what question you want asked, right? We'd have to really write it in a way that it's asking the right questions to help guide you.
Yes.
And would it be a guide vote, or would it be a vote to do something?
Well, no, I
have to
think a
talk about
guide
that,
vote.
too.
I mean, if like the vote's like, let's just say 90%, it's like, yeah, let's do it. We want all of it here. Okay, then at least the council knows that is the way the people feel. It's just like what we want to do with Parks and Rec. We want to know what the residents want. What do you want to see in our community? What will actually fly here? I mean, you'll get a group of citizens over here, well, we want baseball back. But then there's tons that are on travel teams. And so we bring back baseball or t-ball, and we don't have any participants, which is, you see my point? Yeah.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
So, last Friday, through the Chamber of Commerce, I went on a tour of a grow facility in Harrison Township and learned a lot. The person who gave the tour was going to come tonight, but unfortunately had to cancel at the last minute, just to kind of give us an industry perspective, not to try to lobby or anything like that. But I mean, some things that I learned just off the top of my head, listening to your information, your statistics, is that there's a reduction in opioid use in communities that have dispensaries. There was a reduction in crime because the security, and I don't know if any of you, so I know you only were given a gummy, but if you've ever been to a dispensary, I mean, their
Oh, no, I know.
security,
Yeah, they've
their
got
security
guns.
there is like military, and they have so many cameras that they actually frequently work with the police when crime happens outside of their facilities, because they have so many cameras that the police can go to them and say, hey, there was a high-speed chase on this road, or we know that there was someone who committed a crime that rode down this road on a bike, and they have all of those things and frequently work with the police. So that has helped. It's obviously increase in revenue for the city, right? So we always talk about what we need to do with our money to try to save it and do it responsibly, but I think looking for ways that we can make money as a city, right? But agree with you about the residents. And then also learned that Michigan is the second highest grow outside of Colorado. So if things continue to go as they are and it becomes legal federally, it's going to take a long time for these other states to get their facilities in order. So that would be an opportunity for us as a state, and potentially if there were a grow facility in the community, to ship out. Ohio would be wanting our stuff big time. You said that there were 95 residents that could get to a facility within 30 minutes. I just liken that to liquor stores. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's going to take you 30 minutes to get to a dispensary, but you could get to a liquor store in 2 minutes, So it's actually not that many and not that easily accessible, I guess. And then also learned that the grow facility that I toured, they put $12 million into infrastructure redevelopment into that grow facility, and the facility itself is so energy efficient that it doesn't it filters all of its air internally, so a lot of people can get worried about the smell outside of the building, but it's minimal. And it's 1 day a week because it's all kept within the building. They recycle the water, so as far as like environmentally friendly, it is. And also, very interestingly enough, and I might be wrong on this statistic, but if I'm wrong, I'm really close. 60% of their customer base are senior citizens. Just a fun fact, use it as you will. But so hopefully we will be able to also get, you know, if we were to do a town hall or a survey, which a town hall sounds like it might be a great idea, because then we can at least give the community the opportunity to hear from all sides, right, to make that educated decision on whether or not they think that it's something that they would want in the city, so.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Ms. Sutherland, if I may.
Yes,
You said it was a grow facility.
yes.
How are they selling to senior citizens?
They also have retail space.
They have both.
Yes, so they have a grow facility
Okay.
in Harrison Township, but then they have retail space
Okay.
outside.
I was getting very
Harrison
concerned that senior
No,
citizens
it's
were
not
showing up
both.
at the farm.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
No.
They gotta do something
Making
with
their
their
own.
time, okay?
Yeah,
They need a hobby, Don.
they've earned it.
Those are the
Come
free
play
Those are
pickleball.
free gummies at
Those
the
are the free
counter.
gummies, yeah.
That's why I
telling
didn't
you,
feel
I was-
anything.
I was
Very
there
jealous
just
of
from
that
gift
before.
too, so.
That was like the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth. Ugh.
Councilman Odell.
Hi. So I also went on that facility tour, and I was very impressed. It's a science. It's a business. They account for every bud that comes off that plant. So it was just really neat to see that. And during my day job, I have a fun job of collecting taxes for the city of Warren, New Baltimore, East Point, Roseville, and I could tell you one thing: these companies pay their taxes and pay them on time. They're good stewards. I've seen a ton of redevelopment. New Baltimore alone, which is kind of a similar sized city like us with an industrial park. They just have the water, which is nice. But the amount of activity and new industrial buildings, ones that were refitted and all that, it's just been incredible. And the personal property taxes on $12 million for the facility we saw, I mean, I'm not saying that's what we're going to get, but it's a pretty substantial amount every year. And, we're looking at recessionary pressures and things like that. We need to diversify as much as we can. So I think it's something that should seriously be looked at from a financial aspect. I'm like Patrice, I'm not a user whatsoever. I don't like the smell. Those are my concerns, but being educated in that area, there's a lot of old conceptions with it that people have that I think do a little homework, you would think of it otherwise. And legally, it's where it's going. It's not going backwards. I haven't heard any state that's passed it that's like, oh, the dangers were too much, we're going to repeal it, do that. It's not happening. It will eventually be the law of the land. I wholeheartedly agree that'll be available. One question for you. Have you heard talk that, or seen things that the medical and the recreational, they're probably going to tie it into one facility that can do both rather than separate, because it doesn't, now that recreational's there, it doesn't make sense having two different shops for two different reasons. Have you seen that? Oops, sorry. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I don't have any specific anecdotes. First, to your point about the federal government, I didn't give you guys the bigger spiel that I do sometimes that talks about the history of marijuana in America and why it's prohibited and all the treaties that we have with other countries and who, the World Health Organization and how it's scheduled. I didn't give you all that tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But it is challenging for the federal government, even if it wants to undo all that. So that's one of the reasons it's going to take years, not months. It's going to take a long time, if at all, to get to a point where it's either unscheduled or rescheduled to be more legal. To the second point about that, just because it's legal at the federal level or legalized in some measure, doesn't mean we're going to see every community, every state jumping in, ever. I mean, if you look at California, there are so many communities that are like, we got to get this out of our city. We can't have it. It's gone horribly amok. And there's many other communities that are very happy with it, and it's done a great thing for them. So it's going to be personalized. It's going to be localized. Like every town has its own heartbeat, has its own persona. It's going to fit your community, our community, what we want it to be, and what they want it to be. to your question about medical and recreational, a couple of years ago when the emergency rules and then the final rules all came out from the state in terms of regulations, they put a sunset on some of the rules to end in 2020. We predicted at that time that if those sunsetted, that was probably meant to mean that they were going to merge them. I think COVID hit, and I don't know that anything's been done in that area yet, but I think more and more what we're seeing is a trend in that direction, and I think that's, unless the state decides to quantify medical, so in other words, higher concentrations, higher potencies, there's still a possibility for that, just to keep that from being, just like we do with over-the-counter drugs versus pharmaceutical drugs, right? You know, if it's super strong, maybe it still needs to be in a medical facility. And that may be something that we'll get to. I don't think we're anywhere close to that yet, though.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Do we know how much the municipalities get? I thought I saw it was like 50 grand or something. So it's, per what? No, you can answer it. Anyone can answer it.
56,000.
For a dispensary.
Okay, so it's not like it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I do know, because I just happened to drive by Utica the other day, and there is an odor. I'm driving down the road and I'm like, I didn't think there was an odor with the dispensaries, and I don't know if it's just because they're lighting up right in their car or whatnot, but those are acute things. I do think that it is important to get a consensus from community leaders and have a town hall. The vote is never, to me, like a guarantee, because if you have it in May or in August, if you have it in the election, there's politicizing of the issue. But if we had a town hall, which I'm absolutely in favor of, but you bring the police, you bring the schools, you bring the businesses, you bring the residents, because it's not just the loudest voice. Because unfortunately, the loudest voice isn't always the most informed. And that leads me to my question, which is, these cities or municipalities that want to scale back, let's say we go down this road and we agree, whatever, we approve X, we approve dispensaries and we give 5. How do we undo that if we find out that it's a bad idea? Are they grandfathered in until they, so, you know, is it sort of like John's and Warren where, okay, how do you undo what you've done?
That is the $1 million lawsuit lawyer question.
Well, you know, I get paid the big bucks over here, you
Yes,
know?
you do. You just earned it. The lawyer answer is, this is a license. And if you know anything about licenses, they're easier to revoke than a lease. That's the point. You break your rules, we take your license. You drive in a way that you get too many points, we take your driver's license, right? We revoke you. But as we all know, outside the lawyer answer, the practical side of that is, if somebody put $5 million into redeveloping a site and you pull it from them a year later, yeah, we're going to be fighting with that for a couple years, and it could get very, very expensive. So how do you roll it back? How do you undo it? I mean, maybe you build in some kind of agreed upon sunset from the beginning, but then you're stuck with it until the sunset. Mm-hmm. Maybe you build in some kind of escrow to protect against that, or some kind of, I don't know yet that there's any foolproof way, because when somebody's willing to make that investment on your word that they're going to get a license to do it, it becomes very challenging to take it away unless they really, really, really did something wrong.
Councilwoman Sutherland?
So it sounds like we're all at least on board with the town hall. So in the interest of keeping the ball rolling and switching to the next topic on the agenda, make a motion to, so who would facilitate that?
But we would have to, but we have to invite certain,
Right.
Elaine, the city manager, to,
But I mean, just say to put together a town hall to happen by the end of the summer, you know what I mean? Or something like that, to give time
yeah, right.
to get the right people and the right information in place. I'm not talking about having a town hall tomorrow, plenty of public notice,
And location.
you have to have a location, and like the one we've talked about playing for the
We'll
industrial.
have it in the parking lot. We'll play Led Zeppelin. I'm just-
So we know how she's voting.
We have to see if like Richard's gym would be available,
Yeah.
because I'm anticipating you would have a large
Yeah,
turnout.
you'd get a lot, so we have to find one. We have one now for the industrial park roads. We have a place we're working on now to have our town hall there, one of the facilities, but yeah. Elaine's gonna help set one up, and
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I was, I didn't help set it up or anything, but I was part of the Clinton Township Town Hall. They asked me to speak from a municipal perspective. So I certainly remember how they did it, and I think I can help Elaine get in touch with the people that put it together. And they'll give, I'm sure, a lot of tips, what worked, what didn't, what was good, what was bad, what we missed, what we forgot. But they did. They had a table full of municipal perspective, not opinionated, just what does it look like at the municipal level in terms of the laws and local enforcement? What does it look like from the schools? What does it look like from the industry? What does it look like from medical? They had all of the different fields represented, I think, very well. But they may have some tips for us that I didn't see. So I think that'd be valuable. The other thing to consider, if you do want school participation, I'm always reluctant to do it in the summer because I don't know how available they are. So something to think about. And then the final consideration is just me. We have a kind of a, I'm going to guess, contentious election happening nationally in November. Sometimes people use these things as an opportunity to have their name on a camera, with their big signs or their big
Oh,
causes.
yeah, you would have to ban that.
First Amendment, we have to be careful. So there's ways to get to it, but it's tricky. So, I'd have to protect you on that if you go that route.
So if the motion were to
We have to just make sure there's limitations on time speaking.
a town hall meeting by the end of Q3, that would be the end of September, right? School would be back in session.
Why do we want to limit it, why don't we want to do it right? Why do we don't want it rushed? I mean,
That's the end of September.
well, I know, but we don't have any, you're coordinating schedules between, I don't want to put a time frame on it. I mean,
I just want to make sure that it happens.
right.
How about this, if I could make a suggestion? Why don't we reach out to Clinton Township, find out how long their planning process was?
Okay.
And report back to you either in an update or an email, or even next month if it takes that long. But get an idea. They might tell us it took 9 months. They might tell us it took 4 weeks to put it all together.
Perfect. Love it.
I reinvent the wheel.
Right.
Love it, love it. All right,
Love it.
sounds good.
I'll take it up to the audience. If anyone in the audience would like to make a comment, please step forward and state your name and address if you'd like to make a comment, anybody? I see none, okay. Item B, audit engagement letter.
Last year, we put an RFP out for an auditor, and we selected the firm Yo and Yo to do our audit for 2021. So the proposal that I have before you is for the 21-22 audit. Their proposed or tentative schedule would be to do a visit late June to our offices with fieldwork in November and a final report in December. The proposed amount for the base fee is $38,000, and what I'm looking for is a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with Yo and Yo.
Councilman Winowicki?
Yeah, I just have one question. How does this compare with what we paid for the last audit?
So the last audit, we had a single audit, which was the one for the federal costs. And then because we were late with getting all of the information and also kind of even late getting the RFP out and this firm selected, there were some overages there as well. I don't have a total number yet. I think we just got a final bill from them for the hourly that was above and beyond what the amount was. This base fee, it should be much closer to the base fee for this next fiscal year. Obviously, with a lot of new people on staff and trying to find documentation, that was one of our biggest challenges. So it should be much easier this time, especially because we know the process now and we still have most of the same people in place.
Would you say that this base fee is about the same or,
Should be less, because we
or
have a
less?
lot of fees, right?
well, I'm going just for the
I think
base
this
fee.
base fee is the same as what they proposed last year.
Okay.
I'm talking about the total bill, though, should be
The
less.
total bill should definitely be less.
Yes, because of, we had the, Mayor Pro Tem Shornak.
Yeah, because that's why I was like, wait just 1 second, because my question was about the additional price of at least 20% will apply when it comes to scheduling or rescheduling days if needed. So that's basically like what happened this year, correct?
Right. So if you'll recall, we didn't even get the audit done until, I think, March.
I was gonna say, yeah, I thought it was
Yeah.
like April.
Yeah, we were quite behind the ball with a lot of the stuff going on. But they have a time frame, and they might even be able to squeeze us in a little bit before November. But obviously, they know that our requirement for the audit is to have it completed by year end. One of the things that was a little bit of a holdup was also getting the libraries audit. They were previously done as a component unit. I think that's something that we're going to look at and see if we really need to continue having them as a component unit for the audit.
Councilman Odell?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the audit engagement letter as submitted to use Yo and Yo for our next city audit as presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and second. Any comments or questions from the audience? See none, any comments or questions on the motion from council? I see none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item C, 2021-22 budget amendments. Ms. Levitt?
So for the budget amendments, we kind of took a look at the budget line items because there were several that were just way over what we were looking at. So generally, we look at it from the department perspective, and all the departments are really, I would say, in line with or really well under what had been budgeted. There were a couple line items that kind of stuck out as something that was a little abnormal. These were primarily major streets and local streets. Taking a further look at some of these numbers and really talking and meeting with AEW about a lot of these bills, customarily what had been done in the past, it looks like, is a lot of the bills for the projects, the construction for road work, water, sewer, was all thrown into just the engineering line item. There were a couple of other line items, preservation of streets and street rehabilitation for both of those. There was money that was budgeted in those, and upon taking a closer look at some of these numbers, there's actually a lot of this from the engineering that should be reclassified to some of these other line items that have budgeted amounts. Looking at the budget for local streets and major streets, the major streets is doing pretty well. The local streets, because there were quite a few changes that were done and we had not previously done the budget amendments, it would still be easier for us from the perspective of the budget to just do the budget amendments at this point. It's not we're adding any more money or anything because we've already spent the money. It's in some other line items. It's just really making things easier from the perspective of accounting and not having to go through the process of reclassifying a lot of this. Now, going forward with the new budget, we have all the same people in place. This budget that you have before you obviously was somebody else's budget. They prepared it. A lot of us didn't know what was earmarked for each of these line items. Going forward, we don't have any excuses. We know what we have put in our line items because hopefully all of the same department heads will be here throughout this whole next budget year. And then also with the chart of accounts that we'll be having, the changes coming in about 15 weeks or so, there's going to be a lot of consolidation and I think clarification for a lot of line items, so there shouldn't be any question. One thing that when I was meeting with AEW, we talked about is what is the difference between preservation and street rehabilitation. So looking historically at what had been charged to some of these accounts, preservation of streets, we charge traffic signals. So our traffic lights to those. And that was kind of it. So it was very unusual, and a lot of it, like I said, is historically what's been done. We're going to be doing things a little bit differently. So just looking for the budget amendments to help clarify that, and we're not increasing any amounts or anything. As I said, they likely will come in lower. The only thing that is a true budget amendment is the district court for supplies. This was a change that we received from the district court. It obviously is not something authorizing any type of purchases that would have to come before you, but this is just a budget amendment that we received from them. So at this point, just looking for the approval of the budget amendments as listed.
Any comments, questions, Councilman Odell?
So $660,000 is coming from another line item. Where is it coming from? Where are we taking it from to this?
So those other two accounts that I mentioned, the preservation of streets and street rehabilitation, the majority of the money is already budgeted in those line items. It's just that these things got charged to engineering.
Okay, no other questions.
Yes, and to even make it simpler, talking to AEW, Scott, it's like if the bill for something, the check wrote $50,000 to the construction company, and their part of it was only $11,000, the whole item went to engineering. The whole $55,000 went to it. So,
Yeah, one of the things that we talked to about them for future clarity is that when they send their requests for payment, normally those come on their letterhead, and I think that's part of where the confusion came from, is that it looks like it's an AEW bill, so it would get charged to engineering. They're going to be more clear in the future about what accounts the invoices should be charged to. One of the other things that I implemented recently is the request forms for each agenda item that has all the information for budgeting. So we're actually going to be working on correcting that far ahead of schedule, so it shouldn't be an issue in the back end. We're going to take care of it in the front end. Everybody's going to know what account it's going to be charged to, if it needs a budget amendment or not, so we shouldn't be having any of these issues moving forward.
Councilman Odell.
I'll make a motion to approve the building department, I'm sorry, put my glasses on here. The 21-22 budget amendments as presented by city manager.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions from the audience? Comments, questions from council? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item D, Building Department Administrator. Ms. Levin?
This is a topic that was discussed and brought before you first when we were working on the budget for the upcoming year. This is something that would not take effect until the next budget year, so this would not be effective until July 1st. What the proposal is that this is creating a full-time position in the building department, building department administrator / manager. This is a person that would be on-site full-time and taking care of managing the day-to-day operations of the building department. We're in a position right now where the building official that we contract with, McKenna, is only in the office part-time, and he's the one that's overseeing the department. It's created some difficulties from the perspective that we don't have oversight of the staff from day to day. So as far as just basic things like checking for timesheets and also just following up on issues in a timely manner has become a little bit difficult. Currently, Bob Logan is our part-time person that is in the building department, and he does primarily the inspections for the rental properties. This is something that I have had conversations with him and also Brusac, who is our building official, about transitioning to this type of position. I provided you some of the duties or job functions that this person would be doing. As I mentioned, be kind of overseeing the day-to-day operations, and that includes things such as just being responsive to residents, ensuring that people are showing up for work, showing up for inspections, following up with any really requests in a more timely fashion. Also, it'll be the person that will be doing any of the reporting and all of the paperwork, so that way we have someone that is a staff employee that is doing a lot of our paperwork, monthly reports, things like that. Bob has been a great employee. We're not changing the rate, it's just that this is gonna be shifting to a full-time position, so obviously there is the range of benefits that goes along with that. This is something that was included in the budget, and at this point, I am just looking for an approval to elevate the position, elevate the position of Bob Logan to the building department manager.
And also, this is going to take some of the workload off McKenna, who we contract and pay a great deal to, and Bob's gonna be taking over some of that, where we don't have to pay those extra fees just to do the reporting and.
Right. He won't be doing any of the paperwork or anything. He'll be doing the inspections, he'll be doing the plan reviews, all those things that you have that higher-end official that you need to have the credentials to do those do those
Probably
roles.
20% of my phone calls are builders and constructors that are, you know, they don't get the follow-up, they don't get the permits, they don't have someone on site, it's,
Yeah, it's been challenging, and it's very difficult to have a department head as a part-time person.
Councilwoman Shornack.
Oh, I want to make the motion to promote Mr. Logan to our full-time manager, because, yeah, I've gotten several phone calls. And considering I'm about to start a very, very big project, there will be no holdups, because I will be, you know, I'm never here, and I will be here. I've waited 21 years, so nope, it's going to go like this. So 100% behind that.
We have a motion.
I'm-
What's your motion?
That's I motion to promote him full-time and make him our manager.
Second.
A motion and a second. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, would he still be doing the job he's doing now? And therefore, we wouldn't be adding a position in addition to this, correct?
We are not adding a position.
I fully support this then and hope to see the McKenna bill go down substantially.
That's their goal. We have a motion second. Any other comments? Comments from the audience? I'll bring it back to council. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item E, engineering RFP.
This was something that I think we have been talking about maybe since going back to the preliminary budget meetings. I know it's been discussed that a lot of the contractors that we have not been maybe bid out recently. I did take a look at and made kind of a list of our contractors that we have. Quite a few of them, I would say, have been updated or changed within the last couple years. Generally, I would think that it's good practice to at least revisit and determine if you want to go out for bids every 5 years or so. The list of contractors that I have that I would say within the last couple of years have changed include building, assessing, well, we haven't changed that, but that was a recent bid out. The planning in conjunction with the building, obviously the audit, IT services, and then a couple of the ones that we have still kind of lingering out there are engineering, legal, and insurance. The engineering one that you have before you was something that Mark Ragsdale, the DPW superintendent, had started preparing when he was employed with the city of Ecorse. This was something that was, I think, going in a totally different direction than what they had been at the time. However, before he really was able to facilitate it, he came to work for the city of Fraser. So obviously, he brought that along with him. I think there was some typos where he changed the names and maybe missed a couple, so certainly apologizing for that. So for this RFP, this would be for engineering services for the consultant to the city. Right now, we currently have AEW as our engineering consultant. I don't really have a date for you as to when this was last bid out. I would definitely say more than 5 years ago. So this is something you want to make sure that you're getting a fair price. It's not anything about the quality of service. Certainly, I would anticipate the AEW will be putting a bid together for this as well. The big thing that we're looking for really is timing of this. I took a look at the calendar and how quickly we could do something. The timeline, we're kind of working back from this. We would need probably at least 2 weeks to be able to review and be able to put together a recommendation, and obviously packets go out a week before a meeting. We want to give applicants probably at least 2 weeks to be able to put together a response to it. And then as far as when we advertise for it, that's our other kind of date. So the earliest that we could really advertise it would be June 22nd in C&G newspaper. So that would put it at our August 11th meeting. Looking at the deadline for when responses would be due, there's kind of 2 dates to work with, and it really all depends on, do you want to give them more time or us more time? So we'd be looking at responses due either July 8th or July 15th. So those are the dates that we're looking at, and also just looking for a motion to proceed with advertising for the engineering services.
Besides the C&G, are we gonna put it other places like the county?
We'll definitely put it other places. It's just we want to put it in a newspaper. There is the option that we could put it in the Macomb Daily. We could advertise it a little bit sooner. I think the schedule probably is still gonna hold, because I don't think that there's any way that having the amount of time that we would need to review it and the amount of time for them to be able to do a good proposal, that we would be able to have it ready for the next meeting. Would cost probably significantly more to put it in the Macomb Daily. Yeah,
But there are websites and county sites that,
yeah, we'll definitely fan it out more than just C&G.
and also they may contact you and Mark to get some historical data to understand, because it's such a broad, we worked on it a little bit when Mr. Thompson was here. And there's such a broad amount of types of engineering and projects, and one can do this, but they can't do that, and they don't do that, and they'll job it out to somebody else. And so on this one, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we have to be careful, but we can always utilize a couple firms.
What we're really looking for is the qualifications of the firm. We're not nailing this down to like any specific job or project. Any engineering firm for a city knows that you have the basic things like the water and the sewer and the streets and buildings and that type of projects. Questions that they might have are things like, do you have water or sewer plants? What other potential needs could your community have? And then are there any staff people that you have that would be able to work with the engineer? So these are the kind of questions that we may get from them. A lot of it is dependent upon, we're looking to see what level of homework they are going to do. Are they going to spend the time to get to know the city and put together a thorough and complete proposal?
Perfect. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, I think that it is important to provide enough time, and with the holiday in there, both because they're going to be contacting the city for information, and theoretically people will be taking vacations. We don't want to rush it. We don't want to get less bids. This isn't a reflection of anything being done wrong. We've been talking about this, and I'm glad that we have 2 of them today, because every time you ask for someone to bid, it is a reminder to make sure they're doing good work, but it's also an opportunity to make sure we're getting the best work and the most cost-effective work. So for me, don't rush it, don't squeeze it in. The longer for them, so that what we get is the full thing, is what's important from my perspective. And I defer to you guys, because you're the ones that are going to have to deal with the questions on top of everything else we have coming down the pipe for you guys, which is a lot. And, summer is, a lot of people like to take vacation, so.
I agree with you 100%. Mayor Pro Tem Short.
I was just going to actually make the motion to approve moving forward with the RFP, but I 100% agree. We need to take the time to get
Do it right
you know, yeah, we want to do it right the first time. We haven't done this in a while. We, you know, again, not a reflection on anybody. It's just, you know, it's a good thing to do, like you said, at least every 5 years at a bare minimum.
So your motion would be for the July 15th date, so giving the,
Giving the extra date to
them more
the
time.
vendors. Yep, correct.
One more second. Councilman Winawiki.
Yeah, this is not the final draft, right? This is
Correct.
going to be, okay.
Yep, we'll clean it up.
The second from the last paragraph on the back page is
Yeah,
AV course.
No, I-
Yeah,
We talked about that.
He didn't reinvent the wheel, but he's got to tighten the wheel.
You preempted.
If it wasn't from E-Course where he worked from, it would have been some other community.
Right.
We all borrow, and it's much easier to do that, and, you know, every community fortunately is friendly and open and willing to share.
This is a great idea. I've been asking for, you know, checks and balances on AEW for years, and we're finally going to be getting there, so that's good.
Any other comments, questions from the audience? Back at council? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Can I just ask one question? And maybe I misheard you, Elaine. Did you say we bid out the building recently?
Get out the building.
In the last 3 years.
Pardon me?
In the last 3 years.
Oh, so it had to be before I got on.
Before. McKenna. McKenna's only been here 3.
So it was before, right before I got on, it must have
Yes.
been? Okay.
Right before.
Got it, okay. Just because we were talking about all the outside vendors, and
yeah.
so, all right, so, thank you.
If I had time, I would have
Nope, you're
together
fine.
all those dates and
No,
everything.
that's all I needed is right there.
So on a side note, we are working on these list of contractors, and then there's the other companion list, which is a lot of our services, which isn't really something that you typically contract out. It's just, let me give you an example of the list of things that we have in our services. So phones, security systems, cable, BSNA, Civic Plus, Municode, Clemis, Enterprise. So these are kind of some of the other things that they're kind of like a service, and some of it's kind of contractual. So certainly those are things that we'll keep on the radar as well.
Okay, item F, Baumgartner House painting project.
So this was something that came as a little bit of a surprise, and I think myself and Cindy were both under the impression that the other like groups, Historic Commission, Rec Commission, things like that, as a recommending body, typically, anytime that there's going to be any type of expenditure, we're both accustomed to, it comes to City Council with information and a request for purchase or spending, whatever it is. And I think maybe things in the past had been a little bit different, and obviously between the two of us, we're working on tightening up a lot of these processes. So this was something that had started back in May, and it sounded like maybe they were ready to move forward with painting, and fortunately Cindy at the meeting said, wait a minute, we need to get this before City Commission. Fortunately, they did do everything else right. They did get quotes. They have a lot of the information for the painting and some restoration repair work of the barn at the Baumgarten site. So you have before you the information, and what they are looking for is to restore and paint the barn, including kind of cleaning it up for preparation. They are going to be splitting the money out between several different accounts, some of which was money that was in, I guess, their escrow account, for lack of a better term. And then I think a lot of that also was some money in the past that they had received through donations and deposited with the city, maybe. So there are several accounts that the funding for this would be coming out of. And then also there is a portion of it that the Historical Society donation will be paying for as well. So the proposal that they have is from Imperial Painting for $16,115.17. What they are looking for is a motion to approve the expenditure of $12,257.73 to pay for the portion of the repairs and painting.
Our portion of it.
Yeah, and it does not require a budget amendment.
Mayor Pro Tem Charnett.
Yeah, so I spoke with Marilyn, so I think I kind of understand why they didn't bring it to council first. Because it was already, the money that they're asking from the city was already under their budgeted line item. So they were just utilizing those funds. And because they were getting money from the society and from an escrow account and other things that they've been doing, since the majority of money is not coming actually from the city, I think that's where that kind of went a little bit. So I'm sure we're gonna, and before they used to have somebody from the library board who used to be part of their meetings. So now you are doing, okay. So I think, just the whole transition thing, just from the way she was explaining it. But yeah, I think that's kind of where that went. A little, yeah, we kind of put the cart in front of the horse.
It's a
So,
barn, it should be that way.
no, yeah. I mean, but the barn, in fairness, it's, at least, they're very proactive by the upkeep, because that stuff becomes even more costly, as we all know, if you just let it go. So, I would make the motion to approve the expenditure based on the numbers they've provided, and they did get several quotes as well.
I was in the barn last weekend. I'll second that.
I was
motion.
dropping stuff off. I was dropping things off at the barn,
Yeah,
yes.
I was in the barn.
Hey, a little history, the Paid On Call Firefighter sponsored that Hemi Barn move project like 20-some years ago, and we all went over there and removed it, built it down, and, yeah,
Aging us, knock it off.
that was a long time ago. Councilman Winowicki.
My question was, has Don reviewed this contract?
He probably has not, but it could be subject to Don's review and approval.
I'd be comfortable with that. The product, I'm wholeheartedly behind the product they want to use. They have a lot of history with that product, but I'm just.
Dave, it's
make
kind
sure
of
that-
already done.
Huh?
It's kind of already done, just so you know.
They already did it?
That was my point. That was the whole comment of,
Wait.
like, they put the cart in front of the horse.
Why are we not being told this before we're asked to vote on a motion?
That's what I said.
Uh,
I was saying that, like, that's why I said they already did the work.
I thought you meant getting the bids. I certainly.
No, they did the work and got the bids and stuff, but the work has already been done. It was in our packet. Did you see all the pictures of them fixing it and painting it? And
No.
I'm correct in that, right? Because that's what they told me.
Thought they were doing it Wednesday.
Are they? This past Wednesday, right? Go ahead, yes, sir. I'm telling you, the work was already done.
This came to my attention when we got the invoice for payment. Given the amount exceeding the $7,500 that I know we're allowed to approve internally, I requested that we go this route to have it approved. There is several line items that we're pulling it from, so in theory, it is lots of small amounts, but in total, the amount that's being taken from the city budget exceeds the $7,500. So I felt that it was important, given the amount of the contract, that it go before the council, which I'd expect from any department, any commission, when we make expenditures at this level. It is already done. It was completed this week. I spoke with the historical commission members today about it. I think we're all on a good understanding of what needs to be done going forward and what we're expecting of them. I was happy that they did have the 3 quotes, so it wasn't an issue of a sole source. And it's unfortunate that this is where we're at with it, but the work has been completed and they're seeking payment at this point for the vendor.
Were they satisfied with the?
They were very happy with the work. When I spoke with DPW regarding it, they had dealt with the contractor before as well.
That's the comment. I know.
We're suing someone for doing exactly this. I can't even.
Mr. Winowicki, Don, not looking at, do you any good? Councilman Odell.
All right, just some clarification. Is this money from last year, 21-22 budget or 22?
Current budget year that we're in and almost done with.
Okay, because we set money aside for the roof for next year, correct? Or,
Yes.
okay, I just wasn't sure if we were taking money from that fund. Okay. Okay.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, along those lines, the only question I was going to ask, so based on Councilmember Shornick's comment, so the monies from their escrow account, is that donated money, or is that money from the city that they were holding in escrow for something else?
The escrow is their donated revenue funds
Okay.
that have been
So-
put on.
So the,
It should have the breakdown, I believe I had the.
that's what I'm looking, so is it two different amounts for 385744, or no?
Yes,
So in total, to this project, they have raised $7,600 of the
16,000,
16,000? Okay. Okay, thank you.
given the amount coming from the budget, that's why it's.
And then are we going to make sure, I mean, that there are memos and to all commissioners and all employees that this, and it's not because we don't want it done, it is to make sure that every penny is accounted for, and saying that it's under is not, I mean, oh my gosh.
I think that was a good learning moment for that commission. I know
Yeah.
we've struggled as I've tried to rein some of the expenditures in.
Okay.
And I think it was a good moment for us to talk directly, myself and the commission, just to get an understanding, like, I don't have a problem with it being spent, we just need to go about it the right way and to have everybody included in the discussion. And I know that Rose was transitioning out at the same time that this initially went before them in March. So I think that's might be where Rose might have previously mentioned something, and the disconnect with her retirement, I think, threw a wrench into the whole process.
Perfect. And it's not a criticism on that, because it is a learning curve, but every employee, every person that deals with city money has to go through you and follow the rules. And through you, through us, and follow the rules. That is just an absolute.
Yeah, we're still working on righting the ship and getting word out on processes, procedures, and it's taking a while, but we're getting there. Things are definitely getting,
Because I'm not going to approve another one, and maybe I'll be the only one to vote no, but I'm not doing it again.
They are aware.
And it's not just them.
No, I know, they are aware.
And I'm sure they feel horrible, and luckily it is a lot of their money, but it's.
Thank you for the update.
There was a motion and a
Yeah,
second.
we have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Any further comments from council? I see none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item G, legal services.
so similar scenario with the engineering proposal. I think that we can do the same timeline. One thing I'd just like to mention about the request for proposals is firms can either elect to go with just the main council. Sorry, I'm forgetting the terms, labor or general or both. So it might take us a little more time to really work our way through any type of proposals and disseminate that to a recommendation.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I appreciate this. This is very thorough. And that was going to be my question, because I'm not opposed, we currently have two different firms, and I think sometimes that's a good thing because it gives us different perspectives for those. I just didn't catch in here where it was clear that they could do that, and that could be just because I'm not familiar with the RFPs, but I'd just
Make
like
sure
to.
clear that up.
Yeah, make sure that it's clear that you can bid on one or both, because it's not, again, a reflection to not have Mr. Denal or not have Mr. Fantuzzi. It's just part of our due diligence and making sure everyone's getting the best bang for their buck. And so in that regard, then I make a motion to approve an RFP for legal services consistent with the timeline outlined by the city manager.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions from the audience? See none. Back at council. Comments, questions? I see none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9, returning business, Public Safety Department uniform policy.
So So you have before you a letter from Interim Director Gillis regarding the request that you have had from a previous meeting about the uniform policy. He did put together a little bit more information and a draft policy, and also put together some sample photos for you to consider. He's certainly here to address any questions that you may have, which I anticipate that there might be some, and certainly he knows a lot about it. We've had quite a few conversations about it, and I think I have been enlightened a little bit more on all of the different nuances of uniforms for their staffing.
Well, thank you, Director, for putting your eyes on it and giving us some really good feedback. And Mayor Pro Tem, do you have questions?
Yes. So here's my main concern, because I did see the pictures you sent. Again, my whole purpose of this is because, I know there are people who disagree with me, but in this day and age, just when we think there won't be any more active shooter situations, it's just almost, I feel like it's like at least weekly in the news, God forbid. As the example we used is when that guy I'm sorry, it's just, I can't believe something's that stupid, but yes, they are. When that gentleman had been released, and then he assaulted the guy who was trying to get him in the Hall of Shame, and got right back taken in custody. There was 2 plainclothes officers and 1 in a uniform. And for that particular instance, there should have been, I don't even understand why they weren't all in uniform. And in an active shooter situation, people need to know who to go to. And I understand that, command staff would want to be more casual. I've never seen you other than when you're doing training in casual uniform. So I appreciate that you wear your uniform. I don't care about a tie, because I was, reading the clip-on or not. I just want the blues with this patches, your badge. I want people to be able to recognize who are the officers in a situation, any serious situation. I want them to know who they can go to. So, as far as wearing khakis or wearing the polos with the little emblem, that's where I'm having the problem. If you guys are here, and meaning sergeants or captains and yourself, and there's a situation, I wholeheartedly believe that if everybody needs to get out of the building to go handle that situation, you're not going to have time. Obviously, you can throw on a vest. Okay, I get that. You can throw it over your uniform. But you're not going to have time to put on a uniform that's going to, say, hey, we're Fraser PD. We're here to help you. That's my concern. So
That was the goal behind the tactical uniform that I outlined with the police jacket with the bulletproof vest
I saw that.
underneath, where they would have that with them when they leave the station in their vehicle, so they are able to deploy to any emergency that is occurring if they're not at the station. When they're at the station, they would have it at the station at their disposal. Sorry, I'll learn. That they would have that at their disposal at any time in case there was an emergency. That the pictures kind of show that with the big block letter of police, I feel they would be identifiable in an emergency as much as someone in the uniform. From behind, I would say they're more visible than I am, because from behind right now, I just have a blue suit on, whereas they would have something, large block lettering that says police. And the other thing we addressed was the making sure that people have their badges visible at all times. A lot of times when we're at the station, they don't have the badges on. When they go to leave, they would put it on then. The situation you spoke about with the Hall of Shame thing, that was kind of a unique situation. So that kind of unfolded the way it did, where they did have one person in uniform, and the other officers kind of sprang to action from inside the station, where they didn't have all their equipment.
So that's my biggest issue, and I can appreciate the whole badge thing, but like I said, especially because you guys are very minimally staffed, right? Especially since I know you're looking for officers. I know the whole thing about getting promoted and moving up the food chain is so that you don't have to necessarily go out, but since we don't have as many road officers as we'd like in certain emergencies and certain things, you guys it's going to be all hands on deck. And I understand that they can throw on the coats and stuff. I just feel like I guess here's my other question. What is the purpose of sergeants and in command staff wearing just, the polos with the emblem here? What is the big pushback about the uniforms? Why is it so like, oh my God, I don't want to be in uniform?
It's not a pushback per se from the officers, it's what their job classification is. With detectives, when they deal with the public expects detectives to be more plain clothes. If I send an officer in with uniform on and they said, yeah, I'm a detective, people watch TV, detectives on TV don't wear uniforms. So it's,
I'm not talking about the detectives, so I'm talking about, like yourself
Yes.
and Captain Bisbee.
Yes.
Like, you guys aren't going in the detective stuff. You guys are, and I know you're always in your uniform, so I'm not going to say you're not. I'm just saying, at least every time I've seen you, I'm just saying, why wouldn't you guys? And other sergeants who are just here, they're not going out undercover. They're not going to do any detective stuff. They're like working on the reports and stuff here in the office. I guess I'm just,
They're always in uniform.
yeah, we have,
no, they're not, because I'm not here very often. I mean, you can all, I don't think I've hardly been here once or twice in the last, 5 months, but I've been here, and I've been in the back, and I've got the white polos with the little emblems and khaki pants. And I've seen that multiple times. So that's
believe-
where my whole thing comes from.
I believe I addressed that where I did stipulate that the captains would be in either the Class A or the Class B uniform.
You did. But I'm just saying, I'm just trying to understand the pushback about the uniforms, because it seems like the PSOs don't have a problem with it. It's just sergeants and above. And I'm just, I guess, certain, like nurses and doctors, they're not going to walk in with sweatpants hanging down and a sweatshirt going into an operating room. You know what I'm saying? There are certain things you're supposed to wear for a certain job. And I guess it just, and again, I understand undercover work and detective work. That's a whole, and again, training, that's a whole nother animal. I'm just saying, certain jobs require certain outfits. You wouldn't expect Mr. Denault to walk into a courtroom wearing baggy pants and, a hat backwards or anything. I mean, that's not how an attorney, not that there hasn't been some, because I know there has, but I'm just saying, you wouldn't expect a professional attorney to walk into court that way. I guess that's just my feelings on the whole.
And that's where I believe this policy does fix any concern that you would have talking about what the casual, business casual attire is for the detective bureau. The captains being, that's all we have. We have 2 captains, 3 detectives, and a fire marshal. That's all that we have that are not road patrol personnel.
So there would only be like those 4 individuals that would
It'd be the 3 detectives that would have their business casual attire or suit if they're going to be going to court.
Mm-hmm.
We have the school resource officer, which would be the soft uniform that we talked about with that's the standard uniform he's been wearing. That's the one that I would assume parents are used to seeing him in. Most school resource officers, that's what they wear in other departments. The 2 captains would be in uniform, and then the fire marshal wears the fire uniform. Fraser polo, blue work pants. Everyone else is in uniform.
Okay. Well, like I said, because that was my concern, because I've seen it on multiple occasions, not, like, obviously, I'm not here all the time, but the couple times I have been here, that's what I've seen, and it's like, there was more than just, a couple people that were dressed that way, so, and I get that people want casual Fridays, I get it, I do.
Councilman Moransky.
First, I want to thank you for giving us what we asked for. So thank you for that. And really explaining and defining. I come from I wholeheartedly agree with the reality that, especially every day, and it's the new norm, every one of the people here, whether they're a detective or on the road or the chief of police, unfortunately is going to have to go out at the drop of a hat. So I fully support the concept. The one thing being the lawyer, I'm looking at it more from the HR perspective and making sure that whatever the uniform is clearly defined and then clearly enforceable. And that was where our frustration was last time, because for the first time ever, we heard this phrase soft uniform, and it wasn't defined in any of the documents, and it wasn't defined, and we didn't know what it was. And so now it's defined here. And if I'm reading it right, it's not to be used now on a basis as it was used in the past. Is that the intent?
I believe the way we outlined it is the school resource officer would be the main officer that you would see in public wearing that.
Okay.
Any other time you see an officer wearing that would be a call-out type situation for investigating a crime scene or a traffic crash.
So that means someone that wasn't working that comes into work for that specific job duty, come in
Now
because
they-
we,
Now they either put it on they wear the clothes that they wore in from home, or they put on their uniform. So we just wanted to give them an option that gave them some more of that identifiability, and still provide them the comfort and maneuverability that they don't have in the full Class A uniform.
perfect. And then this policy has the detective bureau, so you said two different things, because you said business casual, and then last time we talked about like a shirt and tie or a coat, I forget what the court attire.
Yes.
What is it if they're not in court? What's the expected attire under this policy?
A polo or button-up shirt with a solid color, geometric pattern, dress pants, shirt tucked in, belt, dress shoes.
Okay, and so, but if they're then in court, I mean, because obviously that video showed the detective not in court attire, but attending court over Zoom. Is that addressed where it's defined, like, this is where I'm coming from, like, I want a clear delineation of the expectations so that if it's not being utilized, so the expectations are clear. That's what we're trying to do, that it's
Yeah.
clear expectations and there's no wiggle room. And then when, like Councilmember Patrice Shernick said, that's a police officer. No, it doesn't matter what angle I'm looking at you from, that's a police officer. Public safety and Fraser, but, you see what I'm asking?
Yes, and in the policy section for the letter A detectives, we do stipulate normal business hours, and then during court, attending meetings or proceedings where they represent the department, that's when they'll be in a dress suit or sports coat with dress slacks.
So, and obviously, I'm assuming it's the same for you as it is for me. A lot more court is via Zoom now. The courts aren't not going to have us come back in, and that's a good thing, remote arraignments and all that stuff. That kind of circles back to, because we want everyone to be able to go out, as they did, 4 officers immediately went out to assist, which was amazing. It's just that only one of them looked like a police officer, as stereotypically it is defined. If they're not in court, I don't know who the 3 are. Like, what is the downside to them wearing the police officer uniform, the Class A uniform, the non-soft uniform? I don't care whether it's A or B.
Through speaking to suspects or investigating crimes, people are more inclined to want to talk to someone who doesn't look like me.
Got it.
I would struggle to get the truth out of people. I've only ever been a road officer, so I've only ever been in the uniform. So for me, it's an easy thing. I can wear a uniform every day because I actually have a hard time finding normal clothes to wear. For 20 years, this is all I've ever had to wear to work. But I would say that I've investigated cases or taken initial complaints. People won't talk to me. Someone comes in, they're not wearing a uniform, they're more inclined to talk to them because of the standard norms that they're used to of detectives aren't in uniform. So people are just kind of conditioned that that's what a detective is.
Perfect. And then my last issue, is there any sort of like a hybrid where they have like a vest they put on that looks more formal, so they've got their business attire, and then they put on a vest, so like immediately when they walk out the door, not Ken or, not this police coat, but they look, and then they're safe too. I don't know if that exists, but I know we were just talking in generalities.
Yes, with the tactical uniform, it stipulates that they'll have their bulletproof vest with them under the jacket. With the vest that the council approved a couple months ago, they have the option for the external carrier.
Right.
Which they would have at the station at all times. So the option they got was to either get 2 internal carriers like I have or the external like the Class B has. So if the detectives have the Class B external carrier, they would have that as an option where they wouldn't have the uniform pants on, but they would have the vest with some of the equipment on it.
So what would they have if they didn't get that? When they leave to go, because the reality is we're trying to set up a department where everyone can go on a run.
Yeah.
Not that it's not that way now, by no means, but we're trying to prepare, be proactive if heaven forbid we ever have to be in that situation and not be doing what some of these cities are doing is, oh, I wish we would have, because we don't want anyone at risk and we really want you guys to, be prepared. Right now, if the detectives whoever's in there, didn't opt for the external, when they leave, do they not have a vest?
They have the same vest that I have on right now, where it's under my outer garment.
Right, so they have to disrobe, put it on.
It goes over, it's just.
Oh, it can go over.
It just goes over their polo shirt that they have on. A lot of times I've seen detectives, when they're going somewhere, they'll have the vest on over their polo shirt, and then we just stipulate now with the tactical uniform that they would have the jacket on top of that.
Got it, like the photo. So that and not narcotics, not recycled, whatever, it's gonna
No,
say
we're
police.
addressing that. We're looking at,
Perfect.
we've gone to several suppliers to look at jackets to make sure we have the same jacket for all personnel in the office.
Perfect, okay. So then going forward, it would the only people at any point in time that would not be in either Class A or Class B, those are the two formal uniforms, right?
Yes.
Would be Detective Bureau or people coming in for special assignment. And then the school, I count him under that, maybe not, and the school resource officer?
Yes, and the fire marshal, which we don't have full-time right now, but they wear the fire uniform,
Okay,
and that's one position.
and but we don't have anyone in that?
Correct.
Okay, got it, thank you. And thank you again for giving us what we asked for.
Yeah.
And so the only other thing I was going to say is I would love for, since it is a policy that is going to have legal ramifications at some point, I would love if Mr. Denault could review it for just tightening up, no disrespect to you by any means, but bingo, exactly. And it'll help you guys because it'll help to enforce the policy when it's crystal clear and any ambiguity is removed. Because I did see where it was like, the sergeant could decide, but then it also says the director can decide, and I get that sometimes the sergeant has to make a judgment call, but the less ambiguous it is, the better, so.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Truly.
Item 10, report of city administration.
Been a pretty crazy, busy week, and I apologize for bombarding you with so much stuff for the meeting after the fact. Sometimes things just kind of come in and they're kind of important, so thank you for adding those couple items to the agenda tonight. Just to let you know, I am still working on looking into a camera system for the parks. I did talk to a company. I don't really know that it sounds like it's something that's going to work because it would require power at all of the sites, so I'm still kind of exploring some alternatives for that. Talking about parks, I know that there were some issues with Fort Fraser. Just to give you a little bit of background, when Ragsdale came in, I think these were first brought to his attention. He had contacted the firm that was involved with when it was the original design build. They came out, I think it was like November, December of last year. We finally got the report from them in April, and it really was a very thorough assessment of Fort Fraser, going through and kind of classifying the levels of urgency for some of the stuff. DPW has been out on site and working on some of these more critical issues. Obviously, they're hit by all of the short staffing issues that I think everybody else is experiencing, so they're trying to take care of some of this as time allows. They were on site, I think, yesterday, today. They'll be on site again tomorrow, working on some more of that stuff. I don't know how much longer some of these critical items will take. One of the probably more pressing ones that we need to take a look at is the surface in Fort Fraser. So there are some spots where they don't really have a lot of the bark or the wood chips. So that's something that I'll be working with Ragsdale to probably get a quote for that. So we do know the issues and we are on top of it. Big Bounce House opens tomorrow. They are going to be here over 2 weekends, so it'll be this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and next Friday and Saturday and Sunday. I know that they have quite a few people that have pre-booked tickets. I think some of the time slots may already be sold out. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to take a look at it, but I guess it's bigger and better than it was back in 2019.
Like its own little city.
Yeah, so it looks pretty cool. So talking about staffing and shortages, we are still looking for lots of part-time people. So we've talked about wanting to move forward with Parks and Rec. We've talked about wanting to move forward with senior housing, getting things out on our website, our cable station, helping just mow the lawns. These are things that we are still looking for people to do. So we have a lot of part-time vacancies that we are looking to fill, and they're really dragging us down because we have full-time people mowing lawns when we need to be doing other things like working on Fort Fraser, making some of these improvements. But we cannot get the staffing to backfill those part-time positions. I know one of the issues is the wage that we have in our union contracts. That's something that we're working on with Teamsters right now. So hopefully we'll be able to get some resolution to that, and maybe we'll get some candidates. I know I've reached out to many of you and said, send me people. If they're qualified, we'll take them. So everybody, please be patient with us. And understanding. We are certainly doing the best that we can, and appreciate your support. The industrial subdivision roads, looks like we are working on getting down to a date. Tentatively, we have got the 13th of July. Thank you. We're looking at around lunchtime. One of the places that we reached out to was Carmella Foods. They have a great facility. They would be able to host the up to 100 people that we're looking for. One of the issues that they have is parking, so we are looking to see what just a bus rental would cost for commuting people back and forth from the businesses to their location. So we're still working on that. Once we get a little bit more specific information, we'll be providing information to you as well as going and providing it to all the business owners in the industrial district. For that meeting, we likely will have the engineer, some finance people on hand, talking about some of the potential options for how we can fund the road improvements there. One thing that has been approved was that spray patching, and they're going to be out there starting Monday. So hopefully we will get at least a little bit of temporary relief for the roads out there. Next week, Tuesday, the company is going to be coming out and doing a walk around with the DPW superintendent and marking the locations for the park signs. I did bring the one that we had as a test sign, so those will hopefully be going up soon. Obviously, the monument signs are going to take a little bit longer. We didn't take any of the monument or other signs down until we have the replacements in place. Meadows Park, there were issues there with the concrete. Obviously, taking a look at it come spring, there were some cracks. The contractor did come out and take a look at it. They are actually going to be taking it out and replacing it with new concrete. So hopefully this time around we'll get it done and get it done right. And hopefully the circumstances with weather and everything will make it so that it is done right. We are working on some of the pre-planning for the carnival and hopefully the parade. Getting people together and trying to organize things, it looks like hopefully we will be able to have it this year. Obviously, it takes people. We need people. We don't have people. We have really one kind of half person in recreation right now, and that's kind of Sarah and Hunter. So the Recreation Commission, I think, is kind of stepping up and trying to help with that. The date should be Sunday, July 24th. Not 100% certain on that, but I'm pretty sure that's when it is. We have not gotten any information from Lions yet for the carnival, so we'll be reaching out to them. Hopefully it will be before you at the next meeting for approval for that. Klein Road work should tentatively be starting on Monday, weather permitting. That's going to be until mid-August. Parking for anyone that for some reason will not be able to get to their driveway will be provided on side streets, so that is the preferred method of parking. It's going to be really intermittent as they're working their way down the street for accessibility to any of the residential homes. Cross-connection program, I know that there's been a lot of discussion about questions and problems with cross-connection. The company that we're working with, HydroCore, trying to really get true answers. I'm going to be working with the DPW superintendent to try to put together some type of FAQ to address some of these questions that have been put out there so that we can get the facts out there so everybody is on the same page and has a good understanding of this program. We do have information on our website. There's a flyer that HydroCore had put together regarding cross connections, what they are, what kind of equipment that you need to make sure that you don't have a cross connection. And then we also do have a sample of the letter that went out to residents on there. And if anybody has any questions about it, they can always call our DPW at any time, and they would be more than happy to assist with anyone's questions. That's all I have. I feel like I'm probably missing some things, so I'm sorry if I am, and certainly if you have any questions, I'll be able to answer those for you.
Yes, very good update. Thank you. A report of mayor and council. I won't start with you this week.
I know, right? Switch it up.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Okay, first, a quick update on the Director of Department of Public Safety. We are continuing. We've completed our interviews last week of the candidates. We are now going to an assessment center, which is an independent, really it's a real-life simulated application where they will have a day in the life of the chief, and they will go through various role plays, and then we will get a report back from MCO, I think it is, scoring them on how they did in terms of handling the issues and the crises and all the things. And I'm excited to see it because I don't think it's ever been done by the city of Fraser before, and there's an expense to it, but the committee felt that it was an appropriate way to make sure that the person we're getting is really the person that can handle the job, because it is going to be a working job. It is not sitting behind a desk. And it's someone that can hopefully, really guide the city as we transition continuously. So that testing is going to be done in July. And hopefully then in August, we can do our final interviews with council and have a new director in place. I want to obviously thank Elaine for getting us the prompt updates from the department heads, and that therefore trickles down to thank the department heads for getting you the information on a timely basis. It was really nice, the first week in June to be getting the updates for May, and that's, especially with having the meeting early, it helps us because then we know what they're doing and where the resources are needed, so it's easier for us to do what we need to do in terms of planning. There is a survey, and I'm sure everyone was going to talk about it, but since I get to go first, there's a survey for Parks and Rec in our 5-year plan that's out, and they want the responses back by June 30th. I encourage everyone to answer that survey. We were challenged with sending it to 10 people. I did that, and have challenged each of those people to then send it, because the more people that respond, the better. This isn't something where we want the loudest or just the seniors or just the kids or just the moms. We want everyone, because this is a plan for the future of the city. And the city's changed, and it's not the city when I had my kids, and your kids are getting different experiences, but my kids didn't have phones and yours do, and I think that's the downfall of my kids, to be honest, once they got phones. But no more Barbies, no more American Girl doll, but that's okay. So we just have to figure out new things. So I encourage everyone to do the survey, and thank you to those that are pushing that agenda out. Congratulations to all the graduates, both college and high school. Fraser High School's this Saturday, so unfortunately some of us won't be able to attend the farmers market. We'll be celebrating the graduates, and other than that,
That's it.
Great, thank you.
You're right, I should have just continued to go first.
Ah,
Really, so.
People steal your thunder, right?
Yeah, I should have just gone first and just kept my mouth closed. So just to kind of piggyback what Amy said about the Director of Public Safety search, like, it has been going really well. And I think that, as somebody who's hired a lot of people throughout my career, one of the best things that can happen is that it's a really hard, you have a hard selection because there are such good, strong candidates. And I think that that's been a lot of the conversation that we've been having, is that there are a lot of candidates that bring a lot to the table. So I'm really excited for this assessment center to take place and to go through the next round, because I think that we are going to have a good person come out of this process. And then the only other thing, Amy already said it, but the survey, so you can find it on Facebook. It's on the Fraser Parks and Recreation Facebook page. It can be pretty easy to find. You can feel free to email me at my dana.s@micityofFraser email address, and I'd be happy to send you the link. And 2 days ago was Councilman Odell's birthday.
oh,
Happy birthday!
Ooh, I saw the look. It's coming back.
you didn't say the number, so.
Right. I'll say the number next year. But yeah.
Just wish we were that number.
But yeah, also congratulations to all the graduates. And then we had like the one, she the valedictorian, right? Had the highest GPA in Fraser Public Schools history, right? Is that what I read?
Oh, yeah. 'cause
Yeah, so that's phenomenal. So congratulations to all of them. That's a huge accomplishment. So go class of 2022.
Birthday boy.
Birthday boy.
Halfway to 98. Woo! All right.
That's a wasted look.
It's very cool to see the bounce house inflated behind here. Coming today, I went over and just kind of looked at some of the fixes to Fort Fraser that DPW's done, which I think is very helpful, especially since we're having huge crowds the next 2 weekends for safety concerns and Carnival next month. So I'm glad that they are making at least the minor repairs to the chains and things of that nature, because that park gets used a lot, and we need it to be as safe as possible. Good news, Fraser First is a zip cruise that's going into McKinley Park is probably around 2 weeks away from being completed, give or take a little bit, depending on weather and the contractors, but the structure's there. You can't ride anything. Please stay off the surface until it's completed for everybody's safety. But once that fence goes down, all hands on deck to have fun. So we're really proud of that piece. I think it's going to go over great. This Sunday, June 12th, there's going to be a mom-to-mom sale at the Fraser Lions Club from 10 to 4. So there's, I believe, a couple tables left. They can still get in to that. So if so, call Fraser Lions Club or Dana Frears, who's heading that, and reserve that spot. And as far as the parade goes, please reach out to the groups, Fraser First, the vets, high school band. I mean, there will be people to help. They just need to be asked. So I really hope we can put something together. There's a lot of people that have helped in the past with the groups here in town. I hope that you reach out to it, because I believe we can make it happen. But there are people willing to help, so I think we can make it work. And I'll volunteer to help as well. So other than that, that's all I have.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Shortett.
Okay, so on July 10th, the Baumgardner House will be having their rummage sale. They are taking donations every Wednesday still from 5:30 to 7:30. So if you are not interested in having a garage sale, as I am one of those people, just keep taking your stuff over there. They had a very good turnout and a very productive weekend. They raised over $1,000 from this past weekend with the donations that everybody brought in and stuff with them, and that's actually really good. So they just wanted me to say thank you for everybody who did come by and everybody who donated, and again, they will be having that open house and sale on July 10th. Then the other thing is the VFW they have a thing called Camp Trotter. It is free to kids between the ages of 7 and 12. The VFW pays for it. They're having a fundraiser this Sunday. It's like a soup, like, you pay to get soups, and they'll have raffles and stuff like that. So anybody interested, the VFW will be having that. They were a little concerned about the bounce house because they want to make sure nobody's going to be like utilizing their parking lot because they want this to be successful. But they are surprisingly, or maybe not so much, because these children are not allowed to bring phones. So I think this is why they have like a great decline, but the camp is owned and operated. I'm serious. I really think kids just don't want to disconnect. You know what I'm saying? I think honestly, my kids wouldn't go because of that. Mine are adults, but I'm saying. So it's the Department of the VFW, and it's a children's camp. And I'm going to say the name wrong, but it's 7 miles east of Newaygo, on M82. But anyway, the dates, they have several different camp dates. It is a week long. It is free. If anybody out there is interested, and I'm gonna have the city manager put it up on the website. If anybody's interested, I will put the contact information out there. And again, it's a great opportunity for your kids to meet new people, get off of electronics, and spend some really great time. They keep them super, super busy. So I'll put that information out there. I want to.
Camp Trotter, you said.
Oh, yes, honey, yes. Well, I'll get you all that info. But anyway.
Great, thank you.
I wanted to thank, because again, we are very pleased at the really great resumes and the great people we have interviewed for the full-time director, public safety, and I want to thank everybody who applied. Not everybody obviously is moving on to the second part of this, but genuinely really wonderful people. I don't think I liked all the candidates, honestly. They all had something to bring to the table. And our interim director, Gillis, thank you very much for going the extra mile, even though I know I've been a stickler about this whole uniform thing. I do appreciate your diligence and your cooperation working with us, because I know it can sometimes be difficult. So, other than that, everybody have a good 4th of July. Be responsible with your fireworks, and be responsible in the times you do your fireworks, because some of your neighbors might get a little bit mad if they have babies. And just be safe out there. And congratulations again to all the graduates, all of them, including our little ones. I had 2 little ones that graduated, so. Nope, good to go.
Councilman Winowicki.
Sorry.
It's all good.
That couldn't have been any more perfect time.
That's perfect. It's perfect timing.
How many really?
I'm going to try to get through this without a lot of emotion. So I was blessed with a steadily declining autoimmune disease a few years ago, and we've had some challenges within the last 60 days, and so it's with a lot of mixed emotions that I have to inform you tonight that this is my last meeting. My wife and I have sat down, and we've got a new journey planned, and we're going to be moving forward. And I've had an incredible run here in the last 4.5 years. I thank everyone who voted for me, and I thank everyone for the support. I think we've accomplished a great deal in the last 4.5 years, and I'm going to miss it. I have one request, though. Can I send us out on the adjournment?
Always.
All right. So the people here have been great. My focus has always been on doing what's best for the city, and now I have to switch my focus on what's going to be best for me and my longevity. So I hope everyone understands that, and I, again, thank you all for your support.
Thank you.
And happy Father's Day to all the fathers, too.
Oh, yeah.
Good one, yeah. And we'll be there if you need us, you know that.
Yep.
Absolutely. Always once a team, always a team. I just have a couple things. The Memorial Day event went really well with the VFW. We placed all new wreaths out front here at City Hall, if you didn't notice or noticed. This week, we had the pleasure of the 4th grade Emerson Elementary coming in for a government day, and thank you to the ladies for their help me with that. We actually had a mock council meeting, and they kind of voted on an extra recess.
Shocking, let's second that.
And it was really kind of neat because the audience got to speak their positions and each council person took their positions too. So it was a lot of fun. And also, my wife is retiring this year from Emerson Elementary, so she's going to miss that part of it too with her kids too. So we wanted to send them out with a glory too, and it was a lot of fun. So. That's kind of all I have. Again, be safe with 4th of July. Be careful with the fireworks. Don't get hurt. And be cautious of your neighbors. Item 12, citizen participation. If there's anyone who says come forward. You have 5 minutes to address the chair, myself, and if there's any questions or answers that we will have to get back with you if we need to, we will shuffle follow up with you with the city manager.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jim Stelma, 32126 Crestwood Lane. Before I get into what I'm here about, my heartfelt prayers to you, Dave. You're a good man.
Thank you.
God bless. All right, so as most of you know, I am the guy that's here on behalf of the Glow family. Mr. Glow lives at 18512 Davidson. He couldn't be here tonight because he had major surgery on his neck. So I'm going to start off by saying this. Privacy. The state or a condition of being free from being observed by other people and free from public attention. As a council, the majority of you have failed and destroyed the very right of privacy for the Glow family. They've dealt with people repeatedly leering in their yard. Mrs. Glow, her daughter, and a female guest swimming in their pool have been catcalled by teenage boys. When these individuals were told to stop, they flashed their genitalia. We all know, even you know, that if any one of you that sit on this council, along with any resident of this city, fell victim the way the Glows did to an utter moronic decision like this, you would be fighting it too. Councilwoman Baranski, shame on you for your condescending remarks from the 2/10/12 meeting, asking for trees because the city did something wrong. Shame on you. You guys are more concerned about the plant warranties versus residents' privacy? Shame on you. I've spoken with previous council members who flat out said they made a mistake. And they shouldn't have did this. I've spoken with Park and Rec board members, past and present, who said council made a mistake even after they advised against the current structure. As a council, you didn't even listen. You didn't even take into account the outcome of putting the structure in its current place, even when Patrice stated that you needed to confer with the Glows, and all of you blew that off. The only 3 members on this current council that actually give a damn about the Glows situation, and I say this in the order of the person that is concerned the most, I start with Dana, I go to Patrice, and I go to Kathy Blanky. You guys need to do the right thing, like she said, and you need to move it. Mr. Glow is currently in the process of retaining legal representation. And if I was you, I would do the right thing and I would move it. The last thing this city needs is another lawsuit it's going to lose. You need to be better. You need to do better. The majority of you have made this decision real easy for me when you're up for re-election. All the members of this audience and the people watching at home, you could be the next Glow family. Have a good night. Oh, by the way, here's a prime example of you taking their privacy away. Prime example, first level, taking their privacy away. Can't even be in their own backyard without being catcalled. But you know, we better go cheaper on the arborvitaes. Right, Amy? Second level. Your backyard, Amy, you'd be litigating the shit out of this.
Excuse me, do not attack a
Poop
council.
out of this. Third level. And the coup de cas, the fourth level. Shame on you guys. Like Dana said, you do the right thing and you move it. And I hope he gets a lawyer and I hope he wins. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
I live on 33275 Paletti, and I believe it was roughly 6 years ago, they built 3 houses across the street from me. Since they built them houses and dug up in my front yard, I've had nothing but sewer issues. The first time it happened, the city came out, they paid for the cleanup, and they took a camera. Okay, the next year, it happened again. I called DPW, they came out, did a camera, and they said, "You're using too high-quality toilet paper." I'm like, what? So then it happened again the following year. Then I hired Tom McCoy. He came out, he snaked it. At the time, he didn't have a camera, so he didn't camera it. The following year, it happened again. Tom came out, cameraed it. This year, it's happened 3 times. Tom came out, he cameraed it. He showed me where you guys dug up. He goes, "Get the information from the city." So I called the city. I go, "I need to know which way my sewer line runs, and I need the work order of the work you did in front of my house." I was told that there's no record of us doing any work in front of your house. So I asked, her name was Melissa, I go, "So then where did they tie in the water for the 3 houses across the street from me?" She goes, "Well, the water tie-in's in front of your house. So therefore, if you didn't do the work in front of my house, which caused the disruption of the clay, as everybody knows, once clay's disrupted, it loses the angle of the pipe, and that." So she goes, "Well, get camera footage." So I called Tom McCoy back out. He got camera footage. He went from my house to DPW, asked to speak to, I don't know who's in charge of DPW. They told him he was out of office. Tom goes, "Have him call me." Now this has been, I'd say, 3-4 weeks. I texted Tom, I go, "Any word yet?" Every week I text him, "Any word yet?" He goes, "No." You know, so all I want is the problem corrected. I mean, I'm not even asking for the expenses of the carpet I had to throw out, the tiles that are coming up in my basement, the water damage, the sewage that me and my wife spent days taking off work to clean just because of this issue. You know, and I mean, the sidewalk is dipping right where they dug up. You can see where it's sinking in. I mean, I need answers.
Okay, I have one question. Does it happen after a rainstorm, or does it just come up?
Just pure out of nowhere.
Okay.
Whenever. I mean, we went on a cruise. We come home. No one was using the bathroom in the house. And I walk and I go, "This house stinks." Everybody thought I was crazy, of course. And I went downstairs and there was sewage backup. That's the first time it happened. And that's when the city paid for everything. So in my opinion, if the city the first time paid for it and all the cleanup, I mean, because it's not cheap, they admitted that there is a problem they caused. In my eyes. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, in my eyes, it's like, hey, yes, we caused this issue. Otherwise, you're not going to pay for it to be cleaned up.
Yeah,
Well,
there's no particular time of year it happens. This year it happened 3 times in March. Last year it happened, I would say around July or August, because it was really hot So this year it happened 3 times in March, which we had to call off the first time because my son heard her gurgling, went downstairs, and that's what it was. So last year, like I said, it was like in July or August, was really hot.
You've got 1 moment left.
And then before that, it's, might happen in March, might happen in April, so it's intermittent.
Okay. We'll make sure we get some follow-up from DPW and maybe even our city engineer we can probably find the paperwork that's needed to look at, but we'll make sure that you get follow-up from the DPW and look at it and see what's going on. We can,
Thank you.
absolutely.
33275 Paletti. I mean, it's getting bad now. I mean, the pipe is now starting to separate.
No, I understand. Flooded basements are,
You know, it's just frustrating.
we'll
Wish
make sure you
wish you
get
guys
some
would have
follow-up.
come to us sooner.
We're on it.
Don't wait.
Thank you.
Call the city manager.
Yeah.
Yes.
We will be on her to get you answered.
Thank you for letting us know. Anybody else?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dana Freers. My address is 34610 Christini. So I originally came tonight because I wanted to talk about Fort Fraser. So I'm very excited to hear that they're making some repairs. Just like a little bit of quick background. I know I only get 5 minutes. Hard for us lawyers to be quiet. But as you guys know, the park was built over 20 years ago. We actually had a birthday party in 2019. I don't think a whole lot of maintenance was done in that 20 years, and I think the park is really suffering for that. It's a wonderful park. It's unique, I mean, to this entire area. Tons of people use it. There's not a time I go there and there's not people there saying what a great park it is. I went the other day to see if DPW had started yet. They didn't. But there was tons of people there playing, and I really, we fixed all the other parks in the city, and I would really like to see us do some repairs on Fort Fraser. I started a little group to do some small projects. I mean, there's like 5 of us that were working on it. And really what we wanted to do was some small aesthetic fixes. I'm not anybody. I'm just a mom whose kids love Fort Fraser. I can't repair this entire park myself, no matter how much I would like to. And I spent a chunk of last year just trying to make sure the $2,000 that we raised was set aside. And I know you guys did do that, so thank you for that. We'd really like to put some shade up in the seating area. I think that would really be a nice addition to the park. So that's kind of what we want to spend that money on. And I did have a meeting with Mr. Ragsdale at the park approximately a year ago, and we went over all these broken chains and the pieces that were broken and laying on the ground. And I think, I understand getting the report and doing all that, but these fixes have to be made, and they have to be made soon. Somebody is going to get hurt. There's no question. There's holes where the chains are broken. There's pieces of broken wood laying on the ground. Honestly, I'm surprised somebody hasn't gotten hurt at this point. The Big Bounce is going to be here this weekend. Carnival is going to be here soon. So I think the dangerous things that are at the park really need to be done. So I'm happy to hear that's being done, and that's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. And then don't forget the Mom to Mom sale at the Fraser Lions Club on Sunday. So I'm hoping we get a good turnout for that. And there are a couple tables left. If anybody still has stuff they would like to sell, just reach out to me. But it should be a good time. So thank you.
Times is Mom to Mom sale?
It's from 10 to 4 on Sunday at the Lions Club.
Is there a charge at the door?
$2 at the door. And strollers are welcome. Thanks, guys.
And sell them too, right?
All right, the right audience.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Laura Lessage, 15201 Fairview. First of all, I want to thank our city manager for looking into cameras into our parks. This is something that we've been talking about with Fraser First for a very long time. And if we can get something in all the parks, that would be awesome. We are challenged every time we do something in these parks with people trying to destroy things. I mean, just us trying to get the zip crews in, you have to babysit the installation so that the people don't get into it. They don't care about the fences. We talked about putting barbed wire fence around it because they're climbing over them. They're doing everything they can to get in there. So if we can get some cameras, that'd be awesome. I did attend the Parks and Rec meeting the other day, and I know they're doing the best they can. I have to say, though, the Zoom quality was horrible. There was no sound, and I couldn't hear anything that was going on. Unfortunately, I was out of town, so I couldn't be there in attendance, but I just think it's critical that we have the communication aspects of our city together. Hopefully, everything's working fine today for those that are watching or on Zoom. But the city needs to be informed of what's going on. This was a very informative meeting, and I hope that people, when they go back to even listen to it on the website, can hear everything, because you couldn't hear anything on the Parks and Rec. I know last year, the council made a big point to have a liaison, city council liaison at the Parks and Rec meeting. And I understand that we haven't had one in several months. I think it's important that we continue to, or bring that back into the fold, because the Parks and Rec Commission needs that assistance, or not necessarily assistance, but that communication back and forth between the city and the commission itself. City council needs to understand what the Parks and Rec Commission is going through right now. They still are down 2 people. So they have a short staff, and now they're going to be scrambling, trying to get this parade going. And I think the key here is, getting the road approval is a big thing that the city would have to do, is if you can get that going and contact the schools before they close, which is this week, hopefully you'll get the people involved. And I enjoy the parks as much as I can. I take my grandkids over to Meadows all the time, and I'm happy that they're going to replace the cement and everything, but it would be nice to get it done, or even roped off or something, because it's still very dangerous with everything they're doing over there. Very anxious to see the signs up. It would have been nice to have the signs up before the bounce house showed up, but I'll be looking for those signs anytime soon here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? I see none. I'll bring it back to council. Item 13, item A, consider legal written opinion. We need to go into closed session again to consider legal opinion of the city attorney exempt from discussion and disclosure.
We just have like 5 minutes.
That's what I just said.
Sure.
I just said.
Can you make the motion, or?
No, yeah, that was my motion. I just, a second. Yes, can you please do a roll call vote?
Councilmember Bransky?
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie?
Yes.
Councilmember Odell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack?
Yes.
Councilmember Sutherland?
Yes.
Councilmember Winawiki?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to closed door at 9:22, and we'll start that at 9:30.
It doesn't.
Director Gillis. Nope. Director.
I'm like,
Now, like, on the reverse, like, okay, I get that kids have no phones, but then, like,
Can't help myself.
well, Aiden goes to Blue Lake, and he's not allowed to have any technology there. So,
Oh, AJ did that too.
I just think like.
I know a lot of parents do, but you can,
well, and we do
camp
cut
stuff.
off, like, no phone after 10. I mean,
And they have parent days.
No. Look at me, no.
Okay, I call the meeting back to order at 9:44 PM. And we need to make a motion to go into our last closed session.
I make a motion to go into closed session for the city manager's evaluation.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Cynthia, can you please call a vote?
Councilmember Bransky?
Yes.
Mayor Carnegie?
Yes.
Councilmember Odell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shornack?
Yes.
Councilmember Sutherland? Yes. Councilmember Winniwicki?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carries. We'll go into closed session at 9:45. I'll call the meeting back to order at 10:38 PM. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to, effective with the next pay period, give the Assistant City Manager, Sarah Mistral, I said it wrong, I'm sorry, Mistretta, I apologize, an 8% pay raise.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any discussions on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Would you like to have the honors?
Oh, wait, I have my light's on. I'm sorry.
Oh.
The other thing that we have to discuss is the begrudgingly replacement of Councilmember Winniwicki. The current policy in the City Council Policies and Procedures book is that the the last highest vote getter from the last election would be asked to serve on, in replacement of Mr. Winniwicki, and that appointment would be at the next meeting after the written notification, which it sounds like it was going in tomorrow, or,
She has it.
dang it.
So we will have it on the agenda for,
So should we reach out to the last highest vote getter, which I believe is Suzanne Kelka, to see if there's interest, so that then we would appoint her, if there is, at the next meeting, if in fact, at that point, the motion is
yeah, I would,
supported by the majority of council to follow the council procedures.
council follows that procedure. I'm fine with it. I would request though that the city clerk send a letter to
Okay,
Ms. Kolka
yeah, sure.
formally.
Then we'll know.
Right, and then if she accepts it or not, similar to what they did in my case when
Right.
Mr. Nichols was let go.
And so then we'll add it to the agenda for next to discuss and follow, or whatever the will of the council is.
So if you can direct Cynthia to do that, then we'll take care of that. Okay?
Perfect.
No problem.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
You're gonna be missed, David.
I have to change your mind until July meeting.
So before
Subject to bribe.
the letter goes
I don't think that's gonna help when he's trying to help.